Chapter 133. Chapter 133, Would rather die than concede. Lin Bei Bei listened to her mother's words well. She didn't leave the hospital. After all, she was also afraid to walk outside at night alone. She arrived at the pavilion in the garden behind the hospital and sat down. She looked at the stars in the night sky and fell into a daze once again. Suddenly, two dark shadows leapt out from behind Lin Bei Bei. They hit her in the neck and she fainted. The two carried her in a van and quickly disappeared into the night. "Young Master Yu, we got her. We're heading over now." Within the van, a bearded man spoke into the phone with a dark smile. "Hurry up." Two words came from the phone before the line was cut. There were a total of 3 people that kidnapped Lin Bei Bei. 1 was in charge of driving and 2 sat in the back and guarded her. Of the 2 in the back, one of them was the man with the big beard that just made the call while the other was a bald man. When the gazes of the 2 in the back fell onto Lin Bei Bei's body, their eyes glinted with evil. "Big beard, this gal is quite pure. She looks like one of the fairies in paintings. I can't help but want to get refreshed," said the Baldai with a smile. Big Beard smacked his shiny head. "You must want to die. This is the gal that young Master Yu is interested in. The most we can do is feast our eyes. If you dare to secretly touch her and young Master Yu finds out, then 18 generations of your ancestors will be annihilated." Baldai was so frightened that he pulled his hand back and scraped his head with a silly grin. I was joking. Once again, Qin Feng brought his 28 bicycle to its full speed. He rode the bicycle in such a way that it was about to fly. Very soon, he arrived at the royal clubhouse. "Hey young Master Qin, you're here." The chubby manager Liu immediately welcomed him. "There's none of your business today, fuck off." Qin Feng was in an extremely bad mood. He waved manager Liu away and flew to Lin Bei Bei's room alone. He opened the door and rushed in. He took a loop around the large suite and was immediately disappointed. There was no trace of Lin Bei Bei in the room, even her clothes and toiletries were missing. It was clear that Lin Bei Bei moved away, and she left without saying goodbye. Qin Feng dialed a number and called manager Liu over. "Young Master Qin, how can I help you?" Manager Liu could tell that Qin Feng was extremely off today. He knew young Master Qin for a long time, but this was the first time he saw him so agitated. "Where is the person in this room?" Qin Feng shouted at manager Liu. Manager Liu wiped the cold sweat that was all over his head. He trembled and said, "Young Master Qin. She left." "Where did she go?" "I don't know. She left quietly. I thought she was moving to the Qin manor to live with you young Master Qin, so I didn't pay much attention to the matter." He couldn't be blamed. After all, Qin Feng had just taken Lin Bei Bei out all day. And the next day, she moved out. Given Qin Feng's prior track record, manager Liu naturally concluded that she was taken into young Master Qin's grasp and moved to the Qin manor to play the bamboo flute with Qin Feng every night. "I'll deal with you when I get back." Qin Feng shoved manager Liu away and ran out of the royal clubhouse. After a series of guesses, he realized that since Lin Bei Bei was currently homeless, if she didn't stay at the royal clubhouse, then she could only have gone to her mother's hospital room. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at Acropolis City's first hospital. He went over to Mother Lin's hospital room, pushed open the door, and saw Mother Lin lying quietly on the hospital bed. However, he did not see Lin Bei Bei. "Auntie Lin, has Lin Bei Bei been at the hospital these past couple of days?" Qin Feng's heart was filled with worry for Lin Bei Bei. Once he walked in, he got straight to the point. Mother Lin sat up. She closely considered Qin Feng. "You must be Qin Feng?" "That's me. Auntie, Bei Bei hasn't gone to school for the past couple of days, so I purposely rushed here to gauge the situation. Qin Feng, Bei Bei has stayed here with me these past 3 days. I could tell she was in a bad mood. Did you guys fight?" When Mother Lin saw that Qin Feng worriedly ran over in the middle of the night, the worry in her heart lessened. She could tell that Qin Feng cared about her darling daughter. "Auntie, then where is Bei Bei?" "Bei Bei? She was just here. She said she wanted to go out for fresh air." "Wait, this girl went out for a good while. I told her not to run around, so all things considered, she should be back by now." Mother Lin suddenly became worried. Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He already had a bad premonition, but in order to prevent Mother Lin from worrying, he stood and said, "Auntie, don't worry. I'll go out and find Bei Bei. You rest and don't think about anything." Okay, then I'll trouble you to find her," Mother Lin said. After leaving the intensive care hospital room, Qin Feng called Uncle Fu to pinpoint the location of Yu Wenxiong's cell phone. He already came to the detailed deduction that the only person in Acropolis University that had the guts to violate Lin Bei Bei was Yu Wenxiong. Very quickly, a text message arrived containing Yu Wenxiong's current location, the Wan Feng Hotel. Since Yu Wenxiong was at a hotel at this time, this reaffirmed to Qin Feng that he had abducted Lin Bei Bei. Anger erupted within Qin Feng. His eyes turned completely red and his entire body was ablaze. He rushed out of the hospital and sped towards Wan Feng Hotel on his 28 bicycle. Wan Feng Hotel, top floor presidential suite. At this time, Yu Wenxiong leaned comfortably on the sofa. A cigar dangled from his mouth and a glass of red wine was in his hand. He daydreamed about the wonderful and passionate time yet to come. The doorbell suddenly rang. With a look from Yu Wenxiong, the two people wearing black standing by the door ran to open it. "Young Master Yu, we've brought her." Big Beard and Baldai had smiles of flattery as they brought Lin Bei Bei in. Yu Wenxiong bolted upright. He looked at the unconscious Lin Bei Bei with a green glint in his eyes. "Very good, you all can leave to receive your compensation." "Thank you, young Master Yu." The two smilingly left the room. At this time, Yu Wenxiong's expression fell serious. He gave the two wearing black by the door a look. They nodded in acknowledgement and followed the other two out the door. Not a minute later, the two wearing black returned to the presidential suite with bloodstains on their hands that had not yet dried. They said respectfully, "Young Master Yu, the nuisances were eliminated." Yu Wenxiong suddenly laughed maniacally. This time, he was completely at ease. Now, besides the two bodyguards in black standing by the door, no one else knew about his abduction of Lin Bei Bei. He could now peacefully enjoy this lovely meal. "You both are dismissed." With this command, the two wearing black retreated and shut the door. Yu Wenxiong gleefully arrived before Lin Bei Bei. He splashed the red wine he was holding onto her charming face. In an instant, Lin Bei Bei woke up. "What do you two want to do? Let go of me, hurry and let me go." After awakening, Lin Bei Bei's memory was still at the time where she was knocked unconscious. She knew she was in danger and struggled with all her might. Her body was tied with rope and her hands were bound behind her back. No matter how strongly she struggled, she couldn't break free. She began to look around the premises. When she saw Yu Wenxiong standing before her, her heart sank abruptly. "Young Master Yu. Let me go." "Haha, let you go? Do you think that's possible?" Yu Wenxiong squatted and admired Lin Bei Bei's beauty. Because she was struggling with all her might, her hair and clothes were disheveled, revealing an enticing unruliness. Yu Wenxiong became restless as he weighed her. "Young Master Yu, I beg of you, let me go." Lin Bei Bei continued to struggle. She was so frantic that tears sprang from her eyes. She looked both lovely and pitiful. "All right, once I finish satisfying myself, then I'll let you go," Yu Wenxiong said. "Yu Wenxiong, release me quickly. I won't let you touch me. If you dare touch me, I'll tell Qin Feng for sure and have him take care of you." Lin Bei Bei knew that there was no use in begging for mercy with a beast like Yu Wenxiong, so she thought she might as well burst out and use Qin Feng to suppress him. Yu Wenxiong's expression immediately turned cold. He gnashed his teeth and glared at Lin Bei Bei like an enraged beast. He sent a slap flying over. POW. This slap was powerful. Fresh blood trickled out of the corner of Lin Bei Bei's mouth. However, there was no trace of fear or pain in her face. She stubbornly lifted her head and looked coldly at Yu Wenxiong. "Hit me. For every slap that you give me, Qin Feng will help me give you 10 in return." "You buy." Yu Wenxiong was thoroughly enraged. He threw another slap. He suddenly pounced at her and wanted to tear her clothes. "You think Qin Feng is really great, do you? I'm going to come on to you right now. What can he do to me? Where is he right now?" Maybe he's having a good time hugging some young girl. You've overestimated your place in his heart. Yu Wenxiong began to wildly tear at Lin Beibei's clothes while she struggled with all she had. However, her 2 sleeves were completely torn off, revealing 2 white shoulder straps. The sight made Yu Wenxiong's desire shoot up into the sky. Haha, number 2 beauty of the art department, let me taste you tonight and see how delicious you are. Yu Wenxiong's eyes glowed green as he stared at Lin Beibei. This time, he pounced at her thighs and wanted to remove her jeans. Lin Beibei's tears fell like rain. Her weak and tender heart was already filled with Qin Feng and it could never contain another man. She had to either live as Qin Feng's woman or die before getting violated by anyone else. Suddenly, Lin Beibei leapt with all her strength and rushed towards the coffee table beside her. Thump! With a crunch, Lin Beibei crashed headfirst into the corner of the coffee table. Fresh blood immediately poured out of her forehead. Her vision went black and she fell unconscious. Fuck, what bad luck. When he saw this scene, Yu Wenxiong's face turned cold. He spat, since you'd rather die than have me touch you, then you're pretty fucking chaste. But, I'm not doing what you want. Even if you're going to die, you have to satisfy me before I'll let you die. Yu Wenxiong's eyes were completely red. He had already become a complete pervert. When he saw Lin Beibei's completely blooded face, he not only didn't stop. Instead, he became even more excited and wild. He extended his hand to tear apart Lin Beibei's pants. Chapter 134. Chapter 134, Regret You Were Ever Born. Thump. An enormous sound came from the door. Yu Wenxiong jumped in shock and looked towards it. The front door had already disappeared, and it soared into the room. A large and tall man stood at the door with a heavy expression and a wintry coldness. Yu Wenxiong trembled at the sight. Qin Feng bent his body slightly and stood at the doorway. His swift and fierce gaze swept through the room. When he saw Lin Beibei lying on the ground with blood all over her head, his heart stopped abruptly. A burst of murderous energy exploded out of his body. He rushed forward and appeared by Lin Beibei's side. Beibei, what's wrong with you? Beibei, wake up. He embraced her and called her name gently, but Lin Beibei seemed to be in a sleep of death. She heard nothing. He immediately pressed his fingers onto Lin Beibei's neck. He was still able to feel Lin Beibei's pulse. He was previously extremely nervous, but this allowed him to relax slightly. With a thought from Qin Feng, he spent 100 hedonist points, bought an elementary gold sore medicine, ground the pill into powder, and lightly dabbed it onto Lin Beibei's wounds. After doing all this, Qin Feng slowly put down Lin Beibei, stood, and looked at Yu Wenxiong like he was looking at a dead man. Tell me, how do you want to die? His voice was low and strong, his aura seemed to have the power to swallow rivers and overturn oceans, and his gaze was as cold as frost. At this time, Qin Feng stood there with his body slightly bent. He looked like an undefeated god of war that had the ability to sentence someone to death and provide them with the ability to choose from different types of death. Qin Feng's sudden arrival scared Yu Wenxiong. But, after calming down, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Last time when they fought on the sports field in Acropolis University, they were evenly made and it was hard to determine who was superior. However, Yu Wenxiong underwent frantic training and went from stage 3 to stage 4 abilities. He obviously would not be afraid to face Qin Feng again. Haha, I should be asking you that. You think you can touch me? How funny. Even if you didn't come, after finishing up with this tramp, I'd come to crush you personally. Yu Wenxiong laughed arrogantly. Qin Feng didn't care at all, and his expression didn't change in the slightest. He stood there quietly, then said icily, "Since you don't want to choose, I'll choose for you." Right after speaking, Qin Feng made his move. He moved like lightning and instantly arrived before Yu Wenxiong. The winter iron gloves flashed with a wintry light and fell ruthlessly on Yu Wenxiong's abdomen. The simple punch was incomparably powerful and imposing. It sent Yu Wenxiong flying. He crashed heavily into the wall and sank into it. After the fist fell, Qin Feng moved his foot and arrived before Yu Wenxiong once again. At the moment, Yu Wenxiong had an expression of fear and incredulity. He had stage 4 abilities with 5x strength and 1.5x speed. However, in front of Qin Feng, he fell after a single blow. Before he was able to react, he was already defeated. His rear and waist were already submerged into the concrete wall. His legs and the area above his abdomen were outside, suspended in midair. This was an extremely strange situation that could only be seen in movies. Now that this occurred in real life, even Yu Wenxiong had a hard time believing it. That's impossible, completely impossible. I have stage 4 abilities, how could I be unable to beat you? Qin Feng, I'm going to trash you. Yu Wenxiong forgot about the sharp pain in his body. His eyes were lifeless, it looked like someone pulled out his soul. Completely deranged, he brandished his fists to hit Qin Feng. He cut a sorry figure and looked unspeakably comical. Yu Wenxiong, you're definitely going to regret you were ever born. Qin Feng threw another punch with a snarl. His destructive abilities were terrifying when he wore the winter iron gloves. He smashed one of Yu Wenxiong's legs. With a kacha, Yu Wenxiong's thigh snapped. With a bang, his leg was also smashed into the wall. It would never come out again. Ah! Qin Feng, hurry and stop. Let go of me and I'll never bother you again. I'm begging you to let me go. This punch brought Yu Wenxiong to his senses. The sharp pain in his body forced him to cry out pitifully. He lost his previous arrogance and confidence. If he wasn't currently stuck in the wall and unable to move, he would undoubtedly be kneeling before Qin Feng and kowtowing in a plea to have his life spared. In the eyes of these rich young masters, face and dignity were nothing compared to survival. Do you think that's possible? Qin Feng growled coldly as he punched again. This punch pounded into Yu Wenxiong's other leg. The bones in this leg also shattered, and the leg was smashed into the wall. Qin Feng did not stop. He continuously brandished his fists and pounded Yu Wenxiong. He intentionally avoided Yu Wenxiong's crucial areas but smashed every other part of his body. Yu Wenxiong weighed helplessly as his body was hit bit by bit into the wall. It hurt so much that he hovered between life and death, but he could do nothing about it. A sense of previously non-existent despair sprang involuntarily. It was exactly as Qin Feng had previously said. Yu Wenxiong suddenly deeply regretted abducting Lin Bei. He regretted provoking the powerful Qin Feng, and regretted coming into this world. This kind of living was worse than death. He wanted to die but he couldn't, he lived but hurt in every way possible. Yu Wenxiong didn't want to experience this again for the rest of his life. Thump. Yu Wenxiong's arm was smashed into the wall. Thump. His other arm was also smashed in. Thump. This fist slammed into his abdomen and sent his entire body into the wall. Only his head dangled outside of it. Yu Wenxiong suddenly began to laugh maniacally. Finally, in this final moment before his death, he was able to break free. He was not afraid, he was actually incomparably expectant. He wanted Qin Feng to quickly smash his brains. He couldn't continue to withstand this torture. Wham! A fist smashed into Yu Wenxiong's skull and the world fell quiet. However, in Qin Feng's mind, this hadn't ended, it was just the beginning. Because Lin Bei was injured, Qin Feng was utterly infuriated. After this, he was going to take the initiative to step through the doors of the Yu household and completely annihilate the entire clan out of existence. He said previously that Yu Wenxiong would regret ever coming into this world. Qin Feng wasn't joking when he said those words. Qin Feng looked at Yu Wenxiong, who was currently sunken into the wall, with a tinge of emotion. Then, he felt too lazy to spare this human scum another glance and turned to go towards Lin Bei. He squatted and wrapped Lin Bei in his embrace. Qin Feng called her several times, but Lin Bei still felt nothing and stayed in her state of unconsciousness. Qin Feng immediately pulled out his cell phone and called Uncle Fu. He summarized the situation and told him to send people over as quickly as possible. Chapter 135. Chapter 135, Walk Down Without Looking Back. 5 minutes later, a bodyguard from the Qin manor arrived. Once he entered, he looked at Qin Feng, bowed, and said, "Young Master Qin, the car awaits downstairs and Uncle Fu is on his way." Let me take you to the hospital first. Qin Feng carried Lin Bei and followed the bodyguard downstairs. They got into the black BMW, and the bodyguard rushed down the road to the first hospital. Uncle Fu probably had everything prepared long ago. At this time, Fang Wentian, the director of the first hospital, waited outside the front entrance of the hospital with 4 doctors wearing white gowns standing behind him. Once they saw Qin Feng carrying Lin Bei, they immediately rushed forward and welcomed him. Young Master Qin, what's the situation? Fang Wentian looked at Lin Bei. His heart jumped in shock when he saw blood all over her head. Anyone who saw such a pure and beautiful girl hurt to this extent would feel a heartache. Director Fang, I think she hit her head on the corner of a coffee table. You have to think of a way to save her. When Qin Feng saw Fang Wentian, he grabbed his arm. Because he was so anxious, he couldn't control his strength. Fang Wentian winced. Young Master Qin, don't be anxious, let go first. Qin Feng realized he was impolite and immediately let go. Director Fang, you have to save her. Don't worry young Master Qin, we will definitely try our best. Hurry and follow me to the operation room. After Fang Wentian finished speaking, he quickly led the way. Qin Feng carried Lin Bei and followed behind him. They arrived before the doors of the emergency room. Qin Feng bent over and kissed Lin Bei's bloody forehead. Bei, you have to hang in there. Nothing can happen to you, you hear? Young Master Qin, give us the patient. Even delaying a second is dangerous, Fang Wentian couldn't help but urge when he saw how reluctant Qin Feng was to part with Lin Bei. After this, Qin Feng placed Lin Bei on the stretcher. The 4 doctors wearing white gowns immediately pushed Lin Bei into the operation room, and the door to the room shut tightly behind them. Qin Feng sat alone on the bench outside. His mind was flooded with Lin Bei's smile. He thought of how Lin Bei courageously stood out to cheer for him the first time he trained his body on the sports field. He thought of when he brought Lin Bei to eat at the Royal Hotel and fooled that idiot Tai Meng. He thought of how she angrily pouted her lips when they sat at the same desk at school and he couldn't help but pinch her cheeks and touch her thigh. He thought of that time she wore the qipao and looked like a beautiful fairy that walked out of a painting. He thought of that pitiful girl that went to the royal clubhouse to sell her body to make money to cure her mother. And also, Qin Feng suddenly realized that he had too many memories with Lin Bei, so many that he wasn't able to recall them all. In his mind, Lin Bei was a pure girl that loved to laugh. Her destiny was turbulent, but she never lowered her head. She was unyielding, independent, and hard-working. Qin Feng couldn't understand how Yu Wenxiong could make a move on such a cute and kind girl. If he could start over, Qin Feng still wouldn't hesitate. He would still punch Yu Wenxiong into the wall fist by fist and make him dangle between life and death. Young Master Qin, after who knows how long, a familiar voice passed into his ear. Qin Feng turned his head to find that Uncle Fu was already beside him. Uncle Fu, you're here, Qin Feng said listlessly. Uncle Fu gave a long sigh. He already clearly understood the situation. When he looked at Qin Feng, there was a strange glow in his eyes. This kind of young Master Qin was a bit unfamiliar, but also likable. Because of a girl, he beat the prince of Jincheng City's Yu Syndicate to death. This kind of courage wasn't something normal people could possess. Young Master Qin, the situation is pretty much under control. Qin Feng looked for someone to bribe the boss of WN Feng Hotel to destroy the security tapes. I also got someone to clean the site, so there won't be any of young Master Qin's fingerprints, Uncle Fu said calmly. Qin Feng nodded. He was always reassured by the way Uncle Fu did things. Young Master Qin. How is Miss Lin? After hesitating for a bit, Uncle Fu opened his mouth to ask. Qin Feng didn't know how to respond to Uncle Fu. He also wanted to know how Lin Bei was doing right now. At this time, the doors to the emergency room opened. Fang Wentian walked out with a worried frown. Director Fang, how's the situation? Lin Bei's fine now, right? Once he saw Fang Wentian, Qin Feng immediately rushed forward. Fang Wentian shook his head helplessly. He took a deep breath and said, Young Master Qin, we really did all we could. If someone didn't apply some mysterious medicinal powder on Miss Lin's wound, I'm afraid she actually wouldn't have made it while on the way here. There are both good and bad aspects to the current situation. Miss Lin's life is no longer in danger, but she can't wake up. To use a professional term, she has fallen into a vegetative state. When he heard the words vegetative state, Qin Feng's heart dropped sharply. He couldn't accept this reality. How could a kind and beautiful little lady in the prime of youth fall into a vegetative state? No one had the right to strip her of her smile, her every move, or the feelings she expressed in her youth. Yu Wenxiong couldn't, Qin Feng couldn't, no one could. Qin Feng was angry. He was so angry that his heart was ablaze with fury. Fang Wentian and Uncle Fu stood beside him and could feel that the surrounding temperature began to rise. Even Fang Wentian, an elderly with bountiful life experiences, didn't dare to look directly into Qin Feng's blazing and severe eyes. Young Master Qin. I'll go try again and see if a miracle happens. The atmosphere was too stifling. Fang Wentian couldn't stand it and ran back into the emergency room. Only Qin Feng and Uncle Fu were left in the empty entrance to the emergency room. Uncle Fu, help me take care of the paperwork for Bei's stay at the hospital. I still have something to take care of. Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth. A gleam flashed through Uncle Fu's eyes. His voice trembled a bit as he said, "Are you going rush over to Jincheng City's Yu household completely alone?" "Yes." In front of Uncle Fu, Qin Feng didn't have to hide anything. He nodded resolutely. "Do you have to go alone?" "You can order me to send people over," Uncle Fu said. "This time, I won't trouble Uncle Fu. I'll take care of my own business," said Qin Feng word by word through clenched teeth. Uncle Fu fell quiet for a good while. He considered Qin Feng again. The expression on his face changed completely. He didn't seem like an underling of the Qin manner that always put on a look of respect and obedience. His gaze was deep as he looked closely at Qin Feng. He seemed more like an elder closely examining his successor. "Qin Feng, I followed your father for 20 years. I watched you grow, and in my heart, you're no different from my own son. I won't comment on how you were in the past, but from today onwards, I'm going to get to know you again. I'm going to you bring Chairman Qin and I changes and surprises, you become stronger, and you gain the ability to stand on your own. At that time, you won't need Chairman Qin and I to constantly wipe your behind. At that time, you will even able to protect Chairman Qin and I. All these years of effort were worth it. Qin Feng, this time, I support you." Uncle Fu suddenly stuck out a fist. Qin Feng also stuck out a fist and fist-bumped Uncle Fu. He said solemnly, "Thank you, Uncle Fu. You're an elder that has always been someone I respect." This was the case before, and is still the case now. Uncle Fu's eyes reddened slightly. "Qin Feng, I'll go with you. We'll fight side by side." Qin Feng looked at Uncle Fu and bowed. He said sincerely, "There's no need, Uncle Fu. Stay at the hospital. Before I return, help me take care of the Lin mother and daughter. I'm afraid someone will come harm them. I'm leaving. Please don't tell my father about this yet." Qin Feng left. He knew about the perils of this task. If he told someone that he was going to challenge a powerful family, he would certainly be ridiculed. He also knew that what he was doing defied rationality. This kind of impetuousness might bear extremely severe consequences. But, who never went crazy during their youth? That kind of youth isn't called youth. Qin Feng could go fight to the death and he wouldn't regret it. But, if he didn't go, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He walked resolutely. To use song lyrics to describe it, don't turn back and keep going. Jincheng City, a manor in the Jiao district. When natives of Jincheng City passed this large manor, they would definitely take a detour around it. They didn't dare to casually stop there. After all, this was the territory of Jincheng City's #1 syndicate. It was said that the ancestor of the Yu family was a troublemaker that came out of a group of beggars. After, he set his roots in Jincheng City and began to develop his abilities. From this time up to Yu Wenxiong's generation, it had already been in development for 30 years. They had a completely stable foothold on Jincheng City because of their long history of underworld undertakings and their viciousness and mercilessness. Even if Jincheng City's underground was a mixture of both the good and bad, and there were a large number of sects, the eldest son of the Yu family was still not someone they would casually mess with. There weren't very many problems with this kind of syndicate. At this time, they were in the living room of the villa. All of the relatives and descendants of the Yu family were gathered. These people all held gloomy expressions. They were split in 2 rows and sat on the 2 sides of the room with seriousness. Their shining gazes were directed towards an elder sitting in the lobby. The elder was a little more than 70 years old. He wore black clothes for practicing martial arts. His aura was as cold as ice, and he was calm and prestigious. This was the family elder with the highest status at the moment, Yu Wei. Dad, our Yu family holds power over Jincheng City, and our name is spread far and wide. Who the hell dared to offend our Yu family? Today, my Xiong'er was killed in Acropolis City. I hope you can take responsibility for this situation. I want to mobilize all of the Yu family forces. We have to find this stinking brat even if we have to overturn Acropolis City. I'm going to throw him into a deep fryer and swallow him whole. Yu Wenxiong's father Yu Hua Long suddenly stood with agitation. Then, a man in his 30s stood. This was Yu Hua Long's second younger brother Yu Dingtian. When he discovered Yu Wenxiong died, he wasn't mad at all. On the contrary, he looked at his older brother with a merry laugh and said, "Older brother, don't be so agitated just yet. We're all saddened by this murder, but we don't even have a clear image of the situation yet, so how could we just jump in and act on this situation? Plus, Yu Wenxiong is the strongest among the younger generation of the Yu family and he just broke through to the 4th stage. If his opponent didn't have even a bit of ability, how could he kill him? He must be someone from an important family to be able to murder a stage 4 expert. We cannot act without thinking." Yu Dingtian shook his head and sighed. Chapter 136. Chapter 136, Making People Equal. Dingtian, don't fucking cry crocodile tears. When you found out that Xiong'er died, who knows how happy you were? Now your son can smoothly become the new successor of the younger generation. Yu Hua Long glared and shouted at Yu Dingtian. Yu Dingtian's face dropped. Older brother, you can't say things randomly like that. You're framing me right now. We all know what kind of person Yu Wenxiong was. According to the intelligence I gathered, he was beaten to death because he forced himself on a campus beauty. Even I think this kind of immoral behavior is despicable. What are you saying? Fucking say that again, Yu Hua Long suddenly burst out. He pointed at his second younger brother and growled, "You think your brat is proper? Doesn't he also force himself on the maidens of Jincheng City all day? Who knows how many families he's wrecked? And you fucking have the nerve to talk about my son? I'll kill you first." The Yu family began in the underworld, so this kind of explosive and dirty talking was a habit that lingered in their bones. The Yu family elder coughed twice and stood when he saw that Yu Hua Long and Yu Dingtian were about to start fighting. "Both of you stop right now. By doing this, you are both rebelling. Currently, the Yu family has experienced an enormous humiliation. The Yu family's direct descendant and grandson has been murdered. And you two are in the mood for internal strife. I don't care whether or not Xiong'er forced women into bed, but if someone dares to touch someone of our Yu family, they need to pay the painful price." Dad, you're right. Xiong'er's life is the most important, nothing else matters much. Even if there were hundreds of these tramps, they're worth nothing compared to our Xiong'er's one life. How is the research going on the murderer? Have you found out who it is? The elder sat back onto his tiger head chair and opened his mouth slightly. We're in the middle of looking into it. I believe we'll have the results very soon, Yu Hua Long said. There's no need to research anymore. This young master has delivered himself to your doorstep. A low bellow passed through the lobby. The audience was extremely shocked. They looked towards the doorway. All they saw was a youth with regular features and clear pale skin appear at the doorway. He stood straight and tall like a pine tree. He looked impressive, and exuded a faint chill from his body. Though this feeling couldn't be seen or touched, the audience in the manor felt how vivid it was. Some people even began to shiver. "Stinking brat, who are you?" The Yu family clan was just in the middle of a meeting. They were mad that an outsider suddenly appeared. Yu Hua Long directly stepped out and glared coldly at Qin Feng. His eyes were like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark night. You could call me a boor because I just killed a domestic animal. This animal's name was Yu Wenxiong. Qin Feng's voice was soft and deliberate, but when this phrase fell into the ears of those in the Yu family's lobby, it was like a shock of lightning that blasted their brains open. The audience was dumbstruck. They stared at Qin Feng wide-eyed and slack-jawed. This time, they truly examined and sized up Qin Feng anew. He was just a youth. He had no weapons in his hand and there was nothing hidden on his body. They questioned his mental abilities because he ran over to the doorstep of the mansion of the #1 underworld family and said these bold words in a calm and collected manner. This guy wasn't a fool, he was a lunatic. Ha ha ha, stinking brat, are you here to pay for your crime? Yu Hua Long suddenly laughed loudly. Halfway through laughing, his expression became sinister. He glared viciously at Qin Feng. You think our Yu family members are a bunch of idiots? Tell me, who sent you? Who dared to kill my Xiong'er? I'm going to shred him into 10,000 pieces. Qin Feng had a soft and calm expression. A fresh breeze blew his soft hair, and he said lightly, I killed Yu Wenxiong. You all no longer need to be suspicious. Chimpach, you think I'll believe you? You're treating our Yu family like some inferior clan. You killed my son and you dared to personally come to the Yu family to deliver yourself into the hands of death. I saw through your little show right from the get-go and I'm fed up with it. If you're straightforward and you tell us who the person behind the scenes is, I might spare your life. Whoever dares to bother someone of our Yu family will not meet a good end. Yu Hua Long was not the only one who didn't believe Qin Feng was the murderer, even the rest of the audience in the Yu family lobby didn't believe him. Yu Wenxiong had just broken through to stage 4. Among those of his generation, he was already considered a glorious and talented martial artist. Externally, Qin Feng looked young, he didn't look like a capable expert. It clearly made no sense to say he killed Yu Wenxiong. You think the lives of the Yu family are precious? Qin Feng refuted coldly. He did not care about these people's deliberations. Of course they're precious. Our Yu family members are the dragons and phoenixes of humanity. How can ordinary people compare to us? You killed Xiong'er just because he forced himself on a woman. Even if she had 10,000 lives, her value still wouldn't be comparable to one of our Xiong'er's fingers. Yu Hua Long yelled with agitation. So many women fight to get into the front doors of our Yu family. If Xiong'er were to take an interest in that girl, that's luck she acquired through 8 generations of cultivation. And she still wasn't willing? What a fucking lowlife. Qin Feng's expression became malevolent. He began to exude a icy aura. In this world, people are born equal, they aren't categorized as precious or base. Yu Wenxiong deserved to die, and so do you. As his voice fell, Qin Feng already pounced at Yu Hua Long. Damn it. Hurry and surround this man and cripple his arms and legs. When he saw that Qin Feng was about to make a move, the Yu family elder shouted. Then, over 10 strong men wearing black tank tops rushed in from outside. They immediately surrounded Qin Feng. These hoodlums were subordinates of the Yu family. These devils and monsters all looked at Qin Feng and wordlessly pounced at him. Over 10 big hoodlums rushed over unarmed and defenseless. They were quite frightening. Qin Feng stood in the middle of the circle, and his expression remained unchanged. He waited until the fist of the foremost man rushing over was about to fall onto the tip of his nose. Suddenly, Qin Feng gave a kick. A powerful force fell onto that man's stomach, and he was sent flying away. All of the people standing behind him fell onto the ground. While that man flew away from the kick, Qin Feng borrowed this energy to suddenly rise into the air. He flipped spectacularly, and stepped on another man's head during his descent. An enormous weight immediately forced the man to fall to his knees. He was unable to stand. Qin Feng stood on one leg and stood tiptoed on top of the man's head. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the audience with his eyes ablaze. Today, I came to get even with the Yu family. As for the irrelevant people, if you want to leave, then hurry up and fuck off. When the words fuck off fell, an imposing air shot out of Qin Feng's body. He delivered a flying kick and sent the man he was standing on flying, and he knocked over another row of hoodlums. Chapter 137. Chapter 137, Escaping for One's Life. At this time, Qin Feng was like a fish in the water. His figure was strong and his movements were flowing and natural. He speedily scuttled amongst the crowd and continuously punched tyrannically. Every time a fist fell, there were slight sounds of explosions. Those 10 hoodlums in black were no mar for Qin Feng. With a couple of moves from him, they all fell to the ground. "Brat, you must be looking to die if you dared to run and cause trouble with our Yu family." Yu Hualong suddenly exploded. He wielded a large blade and slashed at Qin Feng. He could tell that Qin Feng wasn't an ordinary person since he displayed a flawless external fists technique. And from the strength revealed earlier, he was at least a stage 2 expert. This kind of expert would be largely unaffected by the punches and kicks of ordinary people. This blade was like a crashing wave. It was imposing and majestic, and hid an enormous power. This made Qin Feng instantly more alert. He didn't have the courage to block Yu Hualong's blade head-on. He put more strength into his legs and retreated violently all the way out of the Yu house and into the empty courtyard. "Stinking brat, you want to leave? Since you're here, stay here forever." Yu Hualong brandished his blade and gave chase. Compared to Yu Wenxiong, his old man was clearly more ferocious. Half of the Yu territory was beaten and won over by Yu Hualong. Every slash of this large blade in his hands was meant to kill. It was completely different from those fake flowery and showy techniques. In the pie-black night, several glints of a blade and flashes of winter light shone occasionally. The gloves and large blade clashed time and time again, releasing ear-piercing and wind-tearing noises. The opponents were able to gauge one another's ability through this exchange. At this time, Yu Hualong was at the peak of stage 5 external expertise. He brandished his large steel blade with 7x strength. He was incomparably fierce and impossible to block. At this time, Qin Feng was at stage 2. In addition to the strength potion he drank previously and the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, he could only use 6x strength. But he had 6x speed, so he was faster than Yu Hualong, and this made up for his inferior strength. For a moment, the two fought with no clear victor. This fight was extremely intense. In the lobby of the Yu house, Elder Yu's face darkened dramatically. His deep and handsome eyes flashed. He looked at Yu Dingtian and commanded, "Dingtian, go out and help your older brother deal with that brat. How dare he come cause a ruckus at our house? Kill him." "Yes, Elder." An almost imperceptible cold smile skirted through Yu Dingtian's face. He casually walked behind the elder. Suddenly, a dagger with winter light appeared in his hands. He forcefully stabbed it into the elder's lower back. Slam. The blade fell, but Yu Dingtian did not feel reassured yet. He pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into the elder's back. This time, he pierced the heart from behind. A surprised and angry expression hung on the elder's face. He died with unresolved grievances. "Elder, you're already so old. It'd be good to die. You'll be able to sleep and live in ease and comfort all day." After stabbing the elder to death, Yu Dingtian's expression turned cold. "Don't blame me. Who told you to give all the good things to older brother and that lowly animal Yu Wenxiong but ignore my son and I? Now, the heavens can't take it anymore. They got someone to kill Yu Wenxiong. How could I turn my back on Providence? I'll kill you first. Then, I'll let that stinking brat who came to cause trouble and older brother fight one another. I'll just sit here and accept the benefits without lifting a pinky. Then, the whole Yu family will be mine. Haha, I'm truly a genius." Yu Dingtian sat on the tiger head throne in the lobby. He excitedly caressed the carved jade chair. Not long before, every time there was a clan meeting, he restlessly weighed the elder sitting on the tiger head throne. He wondered when he would be able to sit on it and possess the Yu family's power. Today, his desires were going to be realized. At this moment, Yu Dingtian's mood was indescribably ecstatic. "Second older brother, what happened to Elder? Why you killed Elder?" The Yu elder had 3 sons in total. At this time, the third son, Yu Daezui, walked into the lobby. When he saw the scene before him, he shouted with shock. Third younger brother, I killed elder. From now on, the Yu family belongs to your second older brother. In the future, follow me and I can guarantee that you'll be able to eat and drink well. Yu Daezui was 25 this year, he hadn't married or begotten children yet. In Yu Dingtian's eyes, he was not threatening. Thus, he decided to take in this brat. Yu Dingtian, you're insane. You even killed Dad. You're no different from a wild beast. I have to avenge father. I'm going to kill you. Yu Daezui fiercely pounced at Yu Dingtian. Yu Dingtian sat calmly on the tiger head throne. His lips quirked into a cold smile. He pointed a pie-black handgun at third younger brother and strongly pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet pierced Yu Daezui's brain. Yu Daezui also completely disappeared from this world. What an idiotic choice. Yu Dingtian sassily blew the tip of his gun. Now only Yu Hualong is left. I'll first let him fight that brat. When everything is done, then I'll come out and clean you all up. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng and Yu Hualong had their hands full fighting one another. After testing one another out, they both had a good grasp of the other's strengths and weaknesses. At this time, they went all out to kill their opponent. Roar. Yu Hualong roared in anger. He leapt up again. The large blade in his hand glinted coldly in the moonlight. Die, you stinking brat. Blood rays fill the sky. The large blade in Yu Hualong's hand suddenly danced crazily and swayed left and right. The speed became increasingly quick. In the end, it looked like he held a phantom fan. At the same time, Yu Hualong suddenly leapt and arrived above Qin Feng's head. He slashed downwards with his large blade, forming phantom images that joined to form the image of a long blade that was at least a meter. The blade surged downwards like a waterfall, imposing and vast. Even when it was a couple of meters from Qin Feng, he was able to hear the fierce sound as it sliced through the air. Qin Feng's expression was extremely heavy. Yu Hualong was clearly using moves of certain death. When he exchanged blows with him initially, Qin Feng knew how frightening his strength was. His current violent slash almost touched Qin Feng, and he could imagine himself flying if the blow were to connect. He stood in his original spot and didn't react. When he saw that the blade was about to hit his shoulder, he suddenly detached his flying dragon armor and its weight. At the same time, he used inner qi to bring his speed to its maximum. This happened so quickly that Yu Hualong's eyes spun. He couldn't see Qin Feng's position clearly due to the shock that filled his eyes. When he was fighting with Qin Feng earlier, Yu Hualong was shocked by Qin Feng's ability time and time again. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that there'd be someone in the 4 cities of Yun province of this ability at Qin Feng's young age. This kind of ability was enough to kill his own son. He began to believe Qin Feng's arrogant boasts that he made upon his arrival. Maybe he really was the one that killed his son. Within this blurry phantom image, a pale yellow light suddenly flashed. The next second, the light became clearer and nearer. A gust of icy death enshrouded Yu Hualong. Fear arose from the bottom of his heart. Qin Feng's body finally came back into clear sight. He stood before him with a long and sharp sword with a pale yellow glow. Who knew when this sword appeared in Qin Feng's hands? He wore gloves with gleaming winter light and held the true steel sword with a pale yellow glow. This dazzling equipment alone was enough to stun Yu Hualong. He fought with Qin Feng so viciously and for so long that one could say that he had beaten Qin Feng from head to toe but hadn't discovered that he had been hiding any sort of weapon. However, a sharp and long sword truly appeared in Qin Feng's hands. This defied logic. Yu Hualong thought about it until his head was worn out, but he still couldn't understand it. I think you should die first. Qin Feng didn't need to clarify because the shroud of death enveloped Yu Hualong completely. Qin Feng slashed downwards with his sword. The move billowed over with the seeming ability to split the earth and sky, and overturn rivers and oceans. Qin Feng's sword moved too quickly, giving Yu Hualong no opportunity to dodge. Yu Hualong did not even feel the icy feeling of the sword piercing his chest. He stared blanking for a good number of seconds before he felt himself splitting from the top of his head slowly down to his feet. That pain of getting split felt like someone was tearing his heart and lungs. Bang! Yu Hua Long's body burst. He was cut in half, and fresh blood dyed the green grass. The hooligans of the Yu household were dumbstruck. Ever since Yu Hua Long jumped in to fight Qin Feng, these people didn't dare make any moves. They all had eyes and could tell that this was a mar between experts. They were only small fries, so even if they contributed to the fight, they would only make a mess for Yu Hua Long. All of those present were well aware of Yu Hua Long's ability, they even feared it. He was the #1 expert of the Yu family and the #1 expert of Jincheng City. The Yu family could only stably preserve their position on the throne as the #1 overlord of Jincheng City due to Yu Hua Long's existence. No one dared to offend him. But on this day, the Yu Hua Long with a godlike existence in their hearts was killed by a youth. The scene was so violent and fiery that these people looked at Qin Feng differently. Their previous anger towards him had become endless dread. I'll say it one more time. If you're not someone of the Yu household, fuck off now. In a bit, even if you want to leave, I won't let you. Qin Feng held the long sword in his hand and stood on the ground. When he said these words again, no one dared to question the validity of his threat. Close to 100 hooligans surrounded the courtyard at this time, and they all looked at one another. In the end, they arrived at a unanimous certainty. They rushed out of the Yu household gates, and ran for their lives. That's right, they were running for their lives. Bang bang bang. The spectators had just begun to run away when a series of gunshots rang out from outside. Yu Dingtian stood at the entrance of the Yu family villa with a cigar dangling from his mouth. The pie-black handgun blended in with the dark night. He didn't even look and fired randomly into the crowd thrice. After the 3 gunshots, 2 people fell to the ground. Next, there was the sound of Yu Dingtian's arrogant laughter. Chapter 138. Chapter 138, Destruction of the Yu family. Ha ha ha, you want to run? Then run, you show off. Aren't you just a brat whose hair hasn't completely grown yet? What era are we in? You think that if you're a martial cultivator, you'd be able to do anything? Why don't you fucking rise to the heavens for me to see? Thumph. In the end, you've trained so hard for over 10 years only to be killed by my handgun. Idiot. It is now the era of technological advancements. You're all fucking idiots. You still think we're in an era of cold weapons? You all used your fists to punch and legs to kick, and you even pulled out a sword. Fuck, you even smeared fluorescent yellow powder on it. You really have a fucking personality. Bang bang bang. Yu Dingtian fired another 3 shots into the air. At this time, the whole audience stopped. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. I would like to announce right now that the Yu family elder is already dead. My older brother Yu Hua Long is also dead, and third younger brother Yu Da Zui is also dead. Now, the Yu family has already become mine. From now on, don't worry and follow me to conquer lands under the heavens. I won't treat you all unfairly. Yu Dingtian was immensely pleased with himself. He looked toward Qin Feng and let out a large laugh. As for this brat, he has pretty good skills. At his young age, he even eliminated my older brother. What a pity, what a pity. Idiots like you put in the effort to practice martial arts, but why don't you practice your marksmanship? I want to let you know right now that no matter how impressive your abilities are, when faced with my handgun, you're only a... Yu Dingtian wasn't able to say nobody when a spray of blood splashed from his head. A little Li throwing knife had already run through his head. He fell over with his body straight and tall. Though he died, his eyes were wide open and he died with grievances. Even during the instant he died, he still didn't understand how his death had occurred. I had to waste 100 hedonist points to kill this scum. What a pity. Qin Feng didn't even look at the dead Yu Dingtian. He sighed and shook his head. He looked into the hedonist sovereign system and found that his hedonist point balance was 0. He had just used his last 100 points to buy a little Li throwing knife to kill Yu Dingtian. Once again, he longed to acquire 3,000 hedonist points so he could quickly buy the wind blade martial skill. Then, he'd be able to throw knives whenever he wanted, and these would be formless and shadowless throwing knives. Qin Feng was pretty lucky. He ran over to obliterate the Yu family during a moment of internal strife. That idiot Yu Dingtian helped him a lot. However, Qin Feng depended on his ability more and more. If he didn't have absolute abilities, he would have been killed by Yu Hua long ago. Qin Feng didn't feel a shred of sympathy when he watched the Yu family get completely annihilated. This conclusion was of his personal creation. He didn't give these people another glance, leapt away, and disappeared into the night. In the large Yu family courtyard, over 100 hooligans stood scattered. They stood there looking like they lost their souls. Who knew what they were thinking about? Suddenly, in the dark night, a wave of power rushed into the Yu household. This group of people wore red tank tops and black pants. There were close to 100 of them in total. In the dark night, they looked like a massive black snake that quickly rushed forward. Very quickly, they rushed into the Yu family courtyard. Big Brother Biao, have all these people gone crazy? When the people in red entered the courtyard, they noticed something strange. All of the Yu clan members were standing there stupidly. Even if they were beaten, they wouldn't even know how to retaliate. Someone was here before. The Yu family has probably provoked someone that could not be offended, so their entire clan was annihilated. The man called Big Brother Biao's eyes filled with shock. He looked at the core members of the Yu family and found the scene hard to believe. He was big and tall and kept a full beard. If Qin Feng left any later, or if Big Brother Biao arrived a tad earlier, they would have met and would definitely cry and hug one another. Deep in the night, Big Brother Biao led the Red Clan, which had close to 100 people, into the Yu household. This just so happened to be the Zhong Biao that took the blame for Qin Feng and escaped out of Acropolis. After, he arrived in Jincheng City and joined their Red Clan. He relied on his own body and comradeship to become valued by the boss of the Red Clan. Not even a month had passed and he already became the second in command. The Yu family has already been annihilated. Brothers, hurry and grab onto this opportunity to completely crush the remnants of the Yu family's power. Keep those that are willing to surrender and join our Red Clan, and kill those that are unwilling. Under Zhong Biao's command, many of his subordinates were incessantly excited. They originally thought there would be a vicious battle tonight. Who would have thought that before they rushed over, someone had already obliterated the Yu family? Though they hadn't seen Qin Feng's hot-blooded battle, they were impossibly moved even just by imagining it. The Yu family wasn't that easy to wipe out. Qin Feng had already become a mysterious expert in the hearts of the spectators. When Qin Feng returned to Acropolis City's first hospital, it was already the wee hours of the morning. He changed his clothes and looked clean, fresh, and refined. No one would connect this current him with that sword-wielding devil King Qin that went to the Yu household on his own and killed without blinking. He lightly pushed open the door to the intensive care ward room that Mother Lin was in. Right away, Qin Feng saw Lin Bei Bei lying in the adjacent bed. The moonlight just so happened to shine on her lovely profile. She was a gentle and serene beauty mixed with an icy coldness. "Qin Feng, you're here." Mother Lin had not slept. She suddenly spoke quietly. "Auntie Lin." Qin Feng felt ashamed. He didn't know how to face Mother Lin. "Qin Feng, come sit." Mother Lin pointed at her bedside. Qin Feng hesitated before sitting. When she saw Qin Feng seated at her bedside, Mother Lin exhaled deeply. She seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Her face was filled with distress. "Qin Feng, someone named Uncle Fu told me what happened. These people are not even comparable to wild beasts. I can't believe they did such a thing to Bei Bei. It's my fault for spoiling Bei Bei so much. I shouldn't have let her go outside on her own in the middle of the night. I just have one daughter, and she's at the age of overflowing youth. If she never awakens and leaves her youth in the hospital room on the sickbed, what will I do?" Mother Lin was just an ordinary citizen, and she suddenly suffered such a great blow. She wept noiselessly. Qin Feng patted Mother Lin's back and said staunchly, "Auntie Lin, don't worry. I'll find the best doctors in the country. We'll definitely be able to cure Bei Bei and wake her up. And you don't have to worry about the money. Our Qin family is influential and our company is large, so this money is nothing much to us." When Qin Feng rushed back to the hospital, Uncle Fu was still guarding the door to the hospital room. The results regarding Lin Beibei's condition had come out. The impact to her brain led to internal bleeding. Her life was preserved, but there was no knowing when she could awaken, and maybe she would lie in bed for the rest of her life in a vegetative state. Chapter 139. Chapter 139. General Manager Li is my friend. When Qin Feng knew of Lin Beibei's condition, he was extremely sad. However, he could not fall. He comforted Mother Lin for a while and waited until her emotions stabilized before sitting in front of Lin Beibei's bed. He lightly caressed her fair, soft, and smooth face. He incessantly prayed that she could regain consciousness soon. Master, is there a need to be so excessive? You possess the Hedonist sovereign system. It's just a cerebral hemorrhage, it's not a big deal. Little Pig's voice resounded in Qin Feng's brain. If Master can concoct magic pills, then you could even create nature-defying medicine that could bring the dead back to life or make you never grow old. As for this cerebral hemorrhage, you could concoct any old blood qi pill and cure it completely. Master, I suddenly feel that it's really embarrassing to follow a master like you. Little Pig, I'm punishing you and preventing you from coming out of the system for a whole year, Qin Feng said with anger. After yelling at Little Pig, Qin Feng thought for a bit and changed his expression. He looked at Little Pig with the desire to gain his favor. He smiled. Haha, Little Pig. I was just playing around at first. Is what you said true? If I concoct a blood qi pill, I could wake up Lin Beibei? Blood qi pills can help ordinary people quickly step onto the path of a martial artist and allow them to possess the ability to congeal and stimulate blood flow. Also, it can also restore and nourish damaged channels of qi flow and organs. Lin Beibei had only hit her head with her own strength, so the damage isn't that large. Even using the blood qi pill to cure her is a bit excessive. Little Pig said all this with a bit of anger. Qin Feng was a bit down, but he suddenly became excited. The 100-year blood lotus Su Qiu you shoved him was coincidentally the most important ingredient necessary to create the blood qi pill. Now, all he had to do was raise himself to the 4th stage of inner qi so he could create the blood qi pill. Then, Lin Beibei would regain consciousness. With this, Qin Feng's desires to become more powerful became more voracious. A breezy and rainy night in Jincheng City, Yun Province. Though it was already the wee hours of the night, many people in Jincheng City were still awake. To people on the road, this night was a strange one. The Yu family, who had a stable position as the #1 overlord family of Jincheng City, had its entire clan eliminated in the night. When the other large underground powers heard this report, they became restless. They all surrounded and attacked near the Yu household in hopes of getting a piece of this big fatty meat. In a luxurious villa in another corner of Jincheng City, the lights were still blazing brightly. 2 men sat in the lavish and majestic lounge. One was old while the other was young. The youth lay leisurely on the sofa while the elderly man stood to the side and waited for the youth to speak. Uncle Ghost, have you discovered who exterminated the Yu family? The youth was imposing and impressive. He wore a long traditional Chinese robe, and his voice was calm and stable. Second young master, those that were sent out to investigate said they were unable to find the culprit. All of the surveillance in the Yu household has been destroyed. Also, that person was extremely cunning. They probably didn't drive over and didn't leave and come using the same route. I'm afraid we don't have any leads to follow, Uncle Ghost said. If Qin Feng was here, he would go all out in a fight with Uncle Ghost. Last time, when he killed and beheaded Ma De-hu, he was that someone clad in black who took Ma De-hu away. He was talented, nimble, and impossible to predict. After hesitating for a bit, Uncle Ghost said, during the time that the Yu family was obliterated, the spy we planted in Acropolis City had reported that Qin Feng had gone missing. After hearing Uncle Ghost's words, malicious light flashed through the previously calm and cold eyes of this youth. You think Qin Feng annihilated the Yu family? If these words were spoken a month ago, the youth would be the first to burst into laughter. However, after weighing Qin Feng for a month, both the youth and Uncle Ghost began to reacquaint themselves anew with this seemingly crazy hedonistic young master. First, he found Feng Tianhua and Ma De-hu to deal with Qin Feng, but Qin Feng saw through his plans. Then, Feng Tianhua's father was captured and the Feng family fell like the setting sun past the hills. Also, Ma De who was killed and his father Ma Dialong's flying dragon gang was suppressed by the Qin family. Then, he found Chao Yang to frame royal group, but he was also caught by Qin Feng. The evidence of skimping on resources was still sitting in the police station. Then, he joined hands with Hao Yun of the Hao family to deal with Qin Feng. Hao Yun was killed at the scene, and a war began between the Hao and Qin families. At this time, the Hao family had already fallen into dire straits. Only the Hao elder was left, and he was hiding for his life. All of this occurred clearly because Qin Huang was helping Qin Feng, but Qin Feng's own ability and intelligence could not be overlooked anymore. The second young master originally never paid attention to Qin Feng, but at this time, he sat up straight on the sofa. His eyes grew increasingly cold. He didn't need Uncle Ghost to respond because he had already come to a conclusion on his own. He planted countless spies in Acropolis City specifically to WA Qin Feng's every move. The second young master naturally knew about Yu Wenxiong making a move on Lin Bei. Yu Wenxiong had just provoked Qin Feng and then the Yu family was wiped out. If this was a coincidence, then it was too coincidental. We've all underestimated Qin Feng. The second young master sighed. Suddenly, a bone-chilling murderous aura shot out of his eyes. He stared at Uncle Ghost closely and commanded, "No matter what, within 3 months, I want to see the Qin family heavily damaged and Qin Feng become a cripple." Qin Feng stayed beside Lin Bei in her hospital room for 3 days before he could resume his normal life. At this time, he sat in the lobby of the sales department. His head was filled with quests. Qin Feng wanted to die when he saw the bright red value of 0 hedonist points. Qin Feng opened the hedonist sovereign system and looked closely at his taskbar. If he didn't look he wouldn't have known. He took a look and jumped with surprise. He still had 12 pending quests. Make Lin Bei the host's girlfriend, 100 hedonist points. Time remaining, 7 days. Conquer Han Ying, 500 hedonist points. Time remaining, 2 months and 9 days. Investigate and discover the criminal behind Ma De Hu, 500 hedonist points. Time remaining, 10 days. Dissolve Bai Qing's hatred toward the host, 500 hedonist points. Break through to stage 3, 1000 hedonist points. Help teacher Yun Xiao get rid of her fear and social anxiety, 1000 hedonist points. Eliminate all of the capital's Liang family's forces, 20,000 hedonist points. Train Liu Bingbing, 3,000 hedonist points. Train Shu Ruo Ru, 3,000 hedonist points. Rise into the second level of internal techniques, 500 hedonist points. Help Li Yu Chen rid herself of marriage entreaty headaches, 2,000 hedonist points. Take down the Sky City Su family's company, 10,000 hedonist points. After looking at these 12 quests in succession, Qin Feng chose 5 of them based on the time he had left to complete them and the ease of their completion. He was prepared to hurry and finish them as soon as possible. At this time, he was in dire need of hedonist points. If he wanted to awaken Lin Bei, he would need to concoct a blood qi pill. However, only those that had broken through to the 4th stage of internal techniques could concoct pills. At this time, Qin Feng was only had stage 1 internal abilities. Who knew when he could break through? However, the system sold ready-made blood qi pills for 10,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng was prepared to finish his quests more quickly. If that really didn't work out, then he'd use hedonist points to buy a blood qi pill and wake up Lin Bei first. The 5 quests he chose were as follows. Make Lin Bei the host's girlfriend. Train Shu Ruo Ru. Help teacher Yun Xiao get rid of her fear and social anxiety. Help Li Yu Chen rid herself of marriage entreaty headaches, 2,000 hedonist points. Investigate and discover the criminal behind Ma De Hu. Of these 5 quests, some were about to expire and some were what Qin Feng considered to be comparatively easier. Qin Feng, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Shu Ruo Ru's voice drifted over. I'm thinking about you, Qin Feng said with a smile as he looked at her. A crimson blush immediately arose in Shu Ruo Ru's pure and fair face. She gritted her teeth and said, Qin Feng, why you seem to have something on your mind these days? You can talk to me about whatever's making you unhappy. Though I'm not really one for comforting others, I've heard people say that if you tell someone the things on your mind when you're upset, you'll feel much better. Don't worry, no matter what you say to me, I'll make sure to keep it a secret. I'll never let anyone else know about it. Shu Ruo smiled at Qin Feng and looked at him with her large and expressive eyes wide. Shu Ruo, come to my office for a bit. Qin Feng had not yet spoken when Li Yuchen's voice suddenly drifted from her office. Shu Ruo was so shocked that she stuck out her tongue. She looked nervously at Qin Feng. Oh no, oh no. General Manager Li discovered that you were secretly talking during work. I'm sure she's telling me to go over right now to scold me. Qin Feng pinched Shu Ruo's face when she saw how apprehensive she looked. Don't worry, if General Manager Li makes things difficult for you, say that, my friend. I gave General Manager Li a pair of stockings before and she did give me some face. Shu Ruo walked into Li Yuchen's office half believing and half doubting Qin Feng's words. General Manager Li, why you were looking for me? She entered and shut the door. Ruo, don't stand, come sit. Li Yuchen smiled at Shu Ruo and indicated for her to sit in the chair across from her. After Shu Ruo sat, she was extremely nervous and didn't dare move about carelessly. Ruo, don't be nervous. I wasn't looking for you because of something work-related. I just wanted to casually chat with you about your family. Li Yuchen laughed when she saw that Shu Ruo still looked afraid. In fact, Li Yuchen had a request for Shu Ruo. Ever since she saw Shu Ruo sit in Chairman Qin's car and leave with him, Li Yuchen took the time to observe her every day after work. She realized that for the past 3 days, Shu Ruo left in the same car as Assistant Han and Chairman Qin. This time, Li Yuchen was certain about Shu Ruo's identity. She was most certainly a part of the Qin household, but she just kept a low profile. The whole time, she was forced by her mother to marry into the Qin family. This time, she was prepared to use Shu Ruo as her entry ticket. Ruo, is there anything you're not used to in the company? If there's anything you don't understand or find difficult, don't be shy. Just tell me. Li Yuchen first said these courteous words before presenting her request. Chapter 140. Chapter 140, Not Seeking to Progress. Shu Ruo was overwhelmed by the favor she was receiving. She would have never thought that the general manager of the sales department would call her over to talk about these things during work hours. She suddenly thought of Qin Feng's words from earlier. Could it really be that General Manager Li was being friendly with her to give Qin Feng face? Shu Ruo thought to herself that when she had the time, she should buy a pair of stockings for Li Yuchen as well. It was said that it's really important to network with both upper management and the lower class employees in a workplace. General Manager Li, the company is great and the co-workers all care about me. I'm very happy working here, and I've learned a lot of things, Shu Ruo said. Millimeter, that's good, that's very good. Li Yucheng said absent-mindedly. She suddenly swayed the topic to the real one. Ruo, there aren't many of us females in the sales department. You're a very earnest and diligent worker, so I also really like you. If possible, outside of work, we'll consider ourselves good sisters. What do you think? Shu Ruo didn't completely understand, but she nodded. Since we're good sisters, then I want to ask you something. Are you a member of the Qin family? In the end, Li Yuchen asked her burning question. After asking, her little heart was stuck in her throat. Shu Ruo wasn't sure why Li Yuchen was asking this. Since General Manager Li was her superior and since she had a weak and soft personality, she naturally didn't have the guts to ask too many questions. She thought for a bit. She wasn't a member of the Qin family, but she worked in their home. According to the custom of the Qin family, she was actually considered a family member. Yes, I can be considered that. Though this response was ambiguous, Li Yuchen was impossibly excited. It was clear that if a member of the Qin family were to work in their own company and start as a sales representative, they were looking to experience the life there. How could she bring up this matter directly? This unclear answer proved everything. Ruo, so you're a member of the Qin family. Then you must know young Master Qin. You aren't young Master Qin's little sister, are you? Li Yuchen grabbed Shu Ruoru's hands and asked excitedly. Huh. I am not. Shu Ruoru was scared stiff. Li Yuchen realized that she had lost control of her emotions. She retracted her hands and smiled awkwardly. Ruoru, why you have the means of contacting young Master Qin, right? Can you tell me? Shu Ruoru stared blankly at Li Yuchen. She couldn't comprehend why Li Yuchen would want this. General Manager Li was very strange today. However, since General Manager Li was her superior at work, Shu Ruoru didn't dare ask questions. She thought a bit before saying, General Manager Li, I only know young Master Qin's QQ number. Okay, a QQ number is good enough. Hurry and tell me, Li Yuchen said directly. She knew that she guessed correctly. It seemed that Shu Ruoru really was a member of the Qin household. If she could get young Master Qin's QQ number and slowly form a relationship with him, she should have a little bit of hope in marrying into the Qin family. Shu Ruoru pulled out her phone, pulled up Qin Feng's QQ, and read it out loud. Li Yuchen immediately whipped out a pen and wrote it down. After acquiring a way to contact young Master Qin, Li Yuchen was impossibly excited. She began to talk to Shu Ruoru about some superficial things again when Shu Ruoru took the initiative to suggest that she take her leave. General Manager Li, if there's nothing else, then I'll go back to work first. Okay, you go do what you need to. Li Yuchen had a friendly smile. She looked like she had suddenly remembered something and immediately asked with her eyebrows raised, That's right, little sister Ruoru, is that Qin Feng also someone of the Qin family? Shu Ruoru's heart violently trembled. Why was General Manager Li so concerned about this question today? After hesitating for a bit, she nodded. He is. He's like me and doesn't really have a high position in the Qin family. At this time, Li Yuchen understood everything. No wonder the deputy manager of the administrative department covered for Qin Feng. No wonder she always saw Qin Feng and Shu Ruoru arrive and leave work together. So they were both members of the Qin family. It didn't matter whether or not they had high positions, if they were members of the Qin family, they could not be provoked by ordinary people. Li Yuchen deeply experienced the idea that danger lurks on every side in a workplace. Luckily she hadn't previously offended Qin Feng or Shu Ruoru. Otherwise, she could kiss her position as general manager goodbye. Shu Ruoru felt a bit ill at ease. Before leaving, she looked at Li Yuchen again. Manger Li, don't tell any outsiders about this. I am also in a difficult situation. Little sister Ruoru, don't worry, I definitely won't say anything. After receiving Li Yuchen's promise, Shu Ruoru was then able to feel reassured. She returned to her work desk. What happened? Did you give Manager Li my famous name? She didn't do anything to you, did she? Qin Feng asked casually when he saw Shu Ruoru return. Shu Ruoru shook her head. She thought a bit and decided she wouldn't tell Qin Feng about the events that just recently transpired. She was afraid that Qin Feng would yell at her if he knew she revealed information about young Master Qin. Nothing, Manager Li was looking for me for a very normal chat. This was the second time Shu Ruoru lied. After speaking, her face turned red. She lowered her head and pretended to work to prevent Qin Feng from noticing. On the other hand, Qin Feng didn't pay attention. He continued to think about the quests. At the same time, the atmosphere in Wang Chao's office became extremely cold. Wang Chao sat on the chair facing his newly hired ass-kisser Xiao Zhong. When Xiao Zhong noticed that Wang Chao looked like he had eaten shit, he forced a smile and asked, Group Leader Wang, you were looking for me? Fuck. I'm pissed to the moon. This Qin Feng has recently become more and more arrogant. Ever since the cafeteria incident, he has a good reputation and is well regarded. When he walks into the company and stands in the elevator, you could hear practically employees everywhere talking about him and most of them praise him. What kind of taste do these people have? Wang Chao didn't seem to be having a conversation with Xiao Zhong, it was more like a middle-aged woman whining. This brat hadn't come to work for the past 3 days and didn't even greet me, much less mention anything about the leave of absence slip. The atmosphere of the sales department used to be quite good, and they all listened to me well. Ever since Qin Feng's arrival, everything changed. This is really a case where a piece of rat shit ruined a whole pot of soup. Look at Shu Ruo Ru. She was originally such a cute and innocent girl. Now she hangs around trash like Qin Feng. Pretty soon, she's going to become a lowly woman. And General Manager Li, I think she also has something improper going on with Qin Feng. Say, are all the beauties of the sales department blind? They won't even look at a handsome and talented man like me, but they run over to associate with a hooligan with no future like Qin Feng instead. I can only use 4 words to describe these people. Not seeking to progress. Wang Chao's incessant nagging was like Tang Seng chanting Buddhist scriptures. Xiao Zhong's head felt as though it was about to explode. He wanted to rush up and sew Wang Chao's mouth closed. But in reality, he could only retain a smile and look really earnest and interested while he listened to Wang Chao's unceasing complaints. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. An absolutely brilliant scheme. Xiao Zhong, tell me, who's more handsome between me and Qin Feng? Who is more talented? Wang Chao suddenly looked towards Xiao Zhong with a cold and wintry air. Xiao Zhong looked at Wang Chao's shoehorn face and said without thinking, Group Leader Wang, of course you're more handsome and more talented. Qin Feng is on a completely different level from you. How could he compare to Group Leader Wang? Wang Chao's icy gaze warmed, and a hint of a smile was revealed on his face. Suddenly, he said severely, Xiao Zhong, say that again with your hand to your heart. If you're lying, you'll be struck by lightning 5 times. Xiao Zhong's lips cheat. He unwillingly placed his hand on his chest and thought to himself that it was no big deal. If there was lightning in the future, he just wouldn't leave his house. He gritted his teeth and said, Group Leader Wang, of course you're more handsome and more talented. This time, Group Leader Wang bloomed with happiness. He walked up beside Xiao Zhong with a jolly laugh and patted his shoulder. He nodded with extreme satisfaction. Xiao Zhong, of the people I've seen in this company, you're the one with the best taste. You have outstanding abilities. I will definitely never mistreat you. After hearing Wang Chao's words, Xiao Zhong felt that it was worth lying on his conscience at first. Group Leader Wang, you want to deal with Qin Feng? Now that Xiao Zhong was considered one of his own, Wang Chao didn't pretend in front of him. He revealed a cloudy and fierce expression. I look forward to his death. Xiao Zhong saw that his opportunity had arisen. He immediately said with a smile filling his face, Group Leader Wang, I have a way of dealing with Qin Feng that could get him immediately ousted from the company. What is this method? Hurry and tell me. If it really works, then I'll help you nab first place in the sales department for this month, Wang Chao asked excitedly. Group Leader Wang, you've already said that there was something strange going on between Qin Feng and General Manager Li, so we can't use her to suppress Qin Feng. However, we can look to even higher levels of the company. If we can get Qin Feng to offend someone in senior management, no one would be able to save the brat. Sooner or later, he'll be sent out of the company. A sinister smile appeared on Xiao Zhong's face. Wang Chao furrowed his eyebrows and nodded. Xiao Zhong's larger target really wasn't bad. However, Wang Chao couldn't think of concrete details on how to carry this out. Xiao Zhong, do you already have a plan? Spit it out, you don't need to beat around the bush with me. Xiao Zhong was pleased with himself when he saw that he had piqued Group Leader Wang's interest. I do indeed have a brilliant plan. The target is the newly arrived lofty beauty assistant Han. She is a famous person that is right beside Chairman Qin. If someone offended her, they'd be offending Chairman Qin. Isn't that a way to get someone to beat it in minutes? Once they thought of Han Ying, her elegant and sexy appearance and her charming and enchanting expression arose in their minds. They fantasized for a bit on their own before returning to the issue at hand. Group Leader Wang, think about it. If Qin Feng offended Assistant Han, and if it were something extremely severe, then what would happen? According to Assistant Han's strict and tyrannical personality, she'd destroy him on the spot. You're very right. Then how would we get Qin Feng to offend Assistant Han? Wang Chao felt that this plan was becoming increasingly plausible. Xiao Zhong revealed a sinister smile. He pulled out a condom from his wallet. This gave Group Leader Wang a fright. Wang Chao immediately stepped back 3 steps and looked nervously at Xiao Zhong. he said indignantly. What are you doing? I'm not the kind of person you think I am. And even if we're actually doing it, I want to be the initiator that carries out the attacks. Xiao Zhong had an expression of confusion. He didn't know why Wang Chao was suddenly so agitated. He looked at the condom in his hand, then looked at Wang Chao. He came to a sudden realization. His lips cheat and he said with disgust, Group Leader Wang, you've misunderstood me. This condom was prepared for Qin Feng. Prepared for Qin Feng? Wang Chao became aware that he had forgotten himself. He immediately straightened out his white dress shirt and cleared his throat. He said with complete seriousness, why did you prepare such a thing for him? My plan is to make Qin Feng deliver documents to Assistant Han's office and to place this condom in the documents. When Assistant Han looks through the documents and discovers this plaything, she will certainly be furious. Maybe she might even cripple Qin Feng and terminate him on the spot. Qin Feng would then be notorious far and wide. If the plan goes as expected, Group Leader Wang would be rid of his eyesore, the sales department would still be your territory, and everyone would have to listen to you. Xiao Zhong said his entire plan in one breath. He was deeply afraid that Wang Chao would misunderstand him again. Xiao Zhong, that's clever. It truly is clever. After hearing the plan, Wang Chao's eyes glowed and he smiled so much that his mouth was about to cramp up. I didn't realize that you'd be even more sinister than me. No, I couldn't compare myself to Group Leader Wang, Xiao Zhong immediately said with a jolly smile. Group Leader Wang's expression suddenly fell. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm more sinister than you? Are you saying I'm a vile and sinister person? Xiao Zhong was originally trying to kiss ass, but he didn't think Wang Chao would interpret it this way. He was drunk. He hurriedly explained, I was saying that I only know how to do these little schemes and crafty ideas. I can't compare to someone on the scale of Group Leader Wang. The ideas that you'd come up with would be much greater in both idea and action. People like me can't compare to that. Wang Chao's anger completely dissolved and his face broke into blooming smile. You little brat, you only know how to kiss ass. Go. Hurry and call Qin Feng over. I can't wait to see him get turned into waste. Okay, then I'll go. Wang Chao and Xiao Zhong exchanged glances and extremely vulgar smiles. At this time, Qin Feng was splayed on his desk in the lobby of the sales department. He was thinking about which quests he should complete first in the afternoon. Suddenly, a friend request notification popped up in his QQ. Qin Feng tapped on the notification and examined the profile, a single 26-year-old female. Her profile picture was a pair of beautiful fair legs. Qin Feng despicably rejected the request. He had seen plenty of these random requests from strangers and most of them were cheats fit for losers. They clearly weren't to the taste of this hedonistic young master. How could he reject my friend request? Li Yu Chen sat in her office and looked nervously at her computer screen. She saw young Master Qin reject her friend request and suddenly felt disheartened. She heard that young Master Qin liked beauties and long legs. She purposely took a picture of her beautiful legs and used it as her profile picture. However, she was still rejected. However, Li Yu Chen clearly wouldn't give up just like that. She thought for a bit. Then, her face flushed slightly as she ran to lock the door to her office. She copied those fujoshis and tugged her collar down a little more, and a little more. She lifted her phone over the top of her head, emphasized her chest, revealing a deep chasm. After hesitating 3 times, she swiped this to her profile picture and sent young Master Qin another friend request. Fuck, another person wants to add me. Isn't this young master too charming? Chapter 142. Chapter 142, Meeting with a Beautiful Woman. Qin Feng opened the notification manager again. It turned out to be the person from before. The profile hadn't changed, but the profile picture had changed again. Based on Qin Feng's expertise from inspecting countless chests, he had to say that this weapon had the strength of over 50,000. It had the ability to kill a field of single men in seconds. However, since this chest was too stunning, Qin Feng wondered if this person had just downloaded a picture from the internet. They were like the lovely legs from before, so beautiful they looked kind of fake. He also became increasingly certain that this person had to be one of those women that used their bodies to cheat people of their money. Qin Feng viewed those kinds of people with disdain, so he rejected her request once again. What? This cleavage is still not good enough. Do you want me to strip myself bare? In the office, Liu Chen was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Originally, she wasn't the kind of person who used sex appeal to curry favor with people, but she forced herself to do these things she was unwilling to do in order to fulfill her mother's wish. In the end, young Master Qin didn't even care to add her. She knew that if she sent another friend request like this, he would definitely be annoyed. He might even blacklist her forever. After some consideration, Liu Cheng could only give up and stop. She decided to try and add him again in a couple of days. Without the distraction of the friend request, Qin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang again. He looked at the notification for an incoming call. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, thank you for calling the sales department of Royal Group. I'm the gold medal sales representative Qin Feng. If you wish to buy a house, I can speak with you about it in detail. I am this company's elite salesperson. All business is limited to negotiations and signing contracts in the company. I will decline all dinners and appointments that use the excuse of buying a house or negotiating a contract. Of course, if you're a beauty, that's another story. As a sales representative, Qin Feng said all this with complete seriousness. When Shu Ruoru, who was sitting across from him, saw how Qin Feng said all this with seriousness, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bai Qing, who was on the other side of the phone, had an expression of shock. She thought she called the wrong number. Oh? I was wondering why young Master Qin hadn't been coming to Royal Hotel, so he has swide jobs and became a sales representative. If all of the beauties of Acropolis City found out, wouldn't they all jump into the river or hang themselves? Oh, it's Miss Ching Ching. I was just thinking of you and was about to call you. I even had your number pulled up and was about to press on it when you called first. Qin Feng recognized Bai Qing's voice right away. He thought about how he still had a quest relating to Bai Qing, so he could use this opportunity to take care of it. Young Master Qin, if I remember correctly, you never asked me for my phone number. How would you call me? Bai Qing's voice was extremely flirtatious. Whoever heard it would feel limp and numb. However, her current expression was exceptionally icy. She bit her lip tightly and a bit of a murderous air flickered in her eyes. The last time she and Qin Feng met was half a month ago when Qin Feng brought her to the royal jewelers and bought a 890,000 yuan 5-carat diamond necklace. However, after the necklace was purchased, Bai Qing hadn't worn it at all. Why would she wear the necklace Qin Feng gifted to her? She hated Qin Feng to no end. If this necklace was gifted to her 4 years ago, Bai Qing would have been moved to tears, and she'd marry Qin Feng. But he gave it now and gifted it to her with the intention of courting her. This made Bai Qing hate Qin Feng even more. Is something the matter that you're calling me Miss Ching Ching? Qin Feng's lie was caught, so he coughed twice and changed the subject. Young Master Qin, we have a high school reunion and everyone's bringing their significant others. I want to bring you to this reunion as my boyfriend. Would you happen to have the time to attend? Bai Qing said coquettishly. As a fake boyfriend? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He felt that this wasn't really a good idea. It could be considered that. Bai Qing said, this reunion will be at the mountain resort. We'll leave in an hour and stay for a night. If you attend this reunion as my boyfriend, we'll certainly be living together tonight. Qin Feng's expression changed. He said with extreme sincerity, a high school reunion is a really important reunion. How could you not bring a boyfriend if you want to preserve face? Wait for me, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't you dare leave without me. After hanging up, Qin Feng suddenly stood. He looked at Shu Ruoru with seriousness. Ruoru, don't wait for me after work, go back in older sister Ying Ying and Chairman Qin's car. And tell them that a master of sales who will share his many years of sales experience is coming to Acropolis City for a lecture. I must listen to this lecture and learn some sales techniques from this senior. Don't wait for me tonight for dinner. And after eating, don't wait for me either. Rest early. After saying this, Qin Feng ran out like the wind. After running halfway, The voice of an ass-kisser called out from behind him. Qin Feng, it's work time, where are you running to? Hey, did you hear me? Hurry and get back here, group leader Wang is looking for you. The more Xiao Zhong shouted, the louder his shouts became. In the end, he hurt his throat, but from start to finish, Qin Feng didn't spare him a glance. At this time, he disappeared from sight. 10 minutes later, a low-key 28 bicycle stopped lavishly in the VIP parking area of the Royal Hotel. Right when Qin Feng got off his bike, he saw an angry security guard run over. Hey, stinking brat, this is Royal Hotel's VIP parking lot. You're riding The security guard stopped mid-shout because he recognized Qin Feng. This was the Prince of Royal Hotel, young Master Qin. The security guard's expression changed like he was putting on a show. In an instant, he went from being furious to putting on a favor-currying smile. Young Master Qin, you're really too domineering for riding this 28 bicycle. In the current flighty society, as long as they have some money, those dog-fart rich young masters love competing and flaunting their wealth with their luxury cars. They want to their family property on their heads for others to see. There are too few people like young Master Qin who are so wealthy and powerful yet so low-key and eco-friendly. This is the sad state of society. While talking, the security guard's eyes moistened. Young Master Qin, you're truly a great role model that I should learn from. I'm truly touched. Are you done kissing ass? If you say any more, I won't give you a tip. Qin Feng said lowly, go. And this young master's seat of compassion. If it's scraped, rubbed, or stolen, I'll come looking for you. Young Master Qin, don't worry. This little one will definitely it for you well. The security guard promised while trying to gain Qin Feng's favor. He weighed Qin Feng's slowly receding back before he dared to reveal a despicable expression. He muttered quietly to himself, what kind of young Master Qin are you? I praised you for so long but you didn't even give me enough to buy a bottle of water, what a miser. Qin Feng sneezed all the way from the parking lot to the Royal Hotel. He knew that there must be someone talking smack about him behind his back. Young Master Qin, you're here. Once Qin Feng walked into the hotel, all of the managers and various employees that welcomed guests ran over. He had not come to the Royal Hotel in a long time. With his sudden appearance, the employees of the hotel did not dare to neglect anything. Qin Feng ignored these people's sweet talking. After entering the hotel lobby, he stood there blankly. His vision went straight ahead and fell on the body of a seductive beauty. In Qin Feng's memory, Bai Qing always wore her work uniform, a black suit with black pantyhose. This was the first time he saw her dressed casually. She wore a long, blue silk dress, and there were some simple designs weaved into the dress. Her smooth and exquisite legs were unrestricted, and she wore a pair of black crystal high heels. She gave off a high-class and sexy aesthetic appeal. This was a long dress with a low neckline. It revealed the lovely fairness of Bai Qing's chest. Her beautiful and refined collarbones and her long jade neck were both details worthy of admiration. Also, the addition of a diamond necklace that shone with an air of extravagance on her impossibly fair jade neck upped her dress style a couple of levels. Bai Qing could already see Qin Feng. She wore a charming smile on her face and walked towards Qin Feng with small quick steps. With every step she took, there was a crisp clack of her high heels hitting the marble floor. The sound echoed in Qin Feng's heart. It was rhythmic and extremely sexy. The edge of her dress covered her knees and fluttered slightly with the wind. The sight attracted Qin Feng's gaze. She hadn't yet arrived, but he could already smell the fragrance that was exuded out of the bottom of her skirt. With a sincere heart, Qin Feng prayed that Bai Qing would fall so he could take a peek and see if she was wearing safety shorts under her dress. Young Master Qin, what are you looking at that you're so entranced? Bai Qing walked up beside Qin Feng and naturally placed a tender and fair jade hand onto his shoulder. She intentionally stuck her body close to Qin Feng's and stuck out the soft white of her chest for Qin Feng to see. Qin Feng suddenly used his strength to pull Bai Qing tightly into his embrace. He blew into her ear, Miss Qing, how about we skip the vacation village? Let's get a room. I have lots of questions regarding academic research that I would like to discuss with you about. Bai Qing was caught off guard. Qin Feng's sudden actions made her squeak in surprise. At this time, her chin was pressed into Qin Feng's shoulder and her face was stuck to Qin Feng's ear. She could clearly feel Qin Feng's hands fall restlessly onto her behind, causing a faint iciness to pass through her charming eyes. Young Master Qin, so many people are looking. How could you be so rough? Everyone feels embarrassed. Bai Qing smiled tenderly and struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace. I've already agreed to the reunion and I took today and tomorrow off for it. Wait until we get to the vacation village. We're going to live together at night, young Master Qin, so don't be in such a hurry. Once again, Bai Qing took the initiative to lean into Qin Feng's embrace and lightly punched his chest. Qin Feng took Bai Qing's jade hand with a jolly smile. Okay. I won't be in a hurry. When we get to the vacation village, we'll study well. Chapter 143. Chapter 143, It's Great to Be Young. A total of 20 people were invited to this class reunion. Though there were originally 48 people in their high school class, after 5 years they had lost contact with a lot of classmates and some classmates moved to other cities, so it was inconvenient for them to attend the reunion at this time. The starting point of the reunion was set at Royal Hotel because this hotel was a landmark in Acropolis City. It was somewhere that everyone could find. At this time, Qin Feng and Bai Qing sat waiting and chatting on the sofa in the lobby. After around 10 minutes, over 10 people arrived in succession. Bai Qing was clearly a bit moved to see these people. After all, they were high school classmates that she hadn't seen in 5 years. They were all comrades in arms that struggled together in preparation for the fight against the college entrance exam. When she saw them, Bai Qing's emotional state returned to that of her school life from 5 years ago. At the time, she was the genius goddess of the school. She was an influential figure. She was a dazzling celebrity. She was supposed to have a limitless future ahead of her. She was supposed to have beautiful future to look forward to. But now, Wai Yuri Wang Lei, right? Bai Qing was the manager of the Royal Hotel, so she took up the job of receiving her old classmates. She stood in the middle of the crowd and greeted everyone. Haha, how did you become so fat? I almost couldn't recognize you. Haha. I sit in the office all day and I don't work out. Let's not bring it up. Zhao Bin, not bad. How did you get these muscles? You must attract a good amount of beautiful women. Goddess Qing Qing, don't tease me. I'm a fitness instructor now. I encounter plenty of beautiful women every day, but no one has invited me to dinner. Then you have to take the initiative to ask them out. Women are sensitive. Bai Qing stood in the crowd and chatted happily with the people there. Qin Feng was slightly enchanted by the genuine and bright smile she had on her face. She lost the polite smile that she put on for work as well as the false charm and flattery she used on him. She was an eternal goddess standing amongst the crowd, a crane amongst a group of chicken. She regained her true self. She seemed to have returned to her high school days, and looked like a youthful and bright young lady that was enjoying happy times without worries. Without the pressures of life and the restrictions of society, there was only the happiness and laughter of the school days. There was only sincere friendship and pure love. Those beautiful memories will remain in her heart for her whole life. She'll reminisce about it repeatedly and yearn for. Slowly, Qin Feng also began to reminisce about his high school days. Besides the beautiful women, with names Qin Feng couldn't really remember, that he played with, besides him already forgetting when he lost his virginity, besides how he ruined his family by showing off and spending recklessly, if Qin Feng disregarded all of these things, he found that he didn't really have memories of anything else about his school days. But these were all manifestations of his ignorant youth. He thought his best memories would be when he courted over 3 digits of beauties during his school days, and spent over 8 figures of yuan. But looking back, these events became muddled long ago. However, the image of a cute, pretty, and cold noble girl gradually became clear. That image was Zhao Lingxian. A series of memories surged up like the tide right after this. In elementary school, he snuck caterpillars into Zhao Lingxian's pencil case. She would be so scared that she burst into tears in class. In middle school, boys blocked Zhao Lingxian after school to touch her body. After Qin Feng saw this, he beat them up and they had to transfer to another school the next day. In high school, after the self-study session, Zhao Lingxian was surrounded by some hooligans on her way home. These people looked to rob and rape. At the time, Qin Feng was just a hedonistic young master without enough strength to truss a chicken, but he picked up a brick and fought with 4 hooligans holding daggers. He didn't hurt the hooligans, but he was stabbed 4 times, and the way he looked while he was injured with blood pouring out of him made the hooligans run in fright. There were too many memories. Precious memories drift away with the passing of time, and become increasingly fewer. But the things still remembered become the most precious and important memories. Everyone has an unforgettable and public impression of their youth. How great it was to be young. Zhao Qian. Ah, it really is you. You're really getting prettier and prettier the older you get. At this time, one of Bai Qing's high school dorm mates arrived. Bai Qing was extremely moved. She hugged the trendy and elegantly dressed woman and shouted in surprise. Bai Qing, you're one to talk. Look at you, you look like a famous celebrity. I instantly look like an ugly duckling when I stand next to you. Zhao Qian laughed and scolded Bai Qing, immediately arousing the agreement of the others. The gazes of the males that arrived never shifted away from Bai Qing. Among them, some were still single. They immediately began to praise Bai Qing. They didn't know if they had an opportunity to take this goddess. Goddess Bai Qing, you keep getting more and more beautiful as time passes. In high school, Bai Qing was the goddess of the whole school. Now, 5 years have gone by in the blink of an eye. If I suddenly saw Goddess Bai Qing on the streets, I would definitely think she was a famous celebrity. Goddess Bai Qing is not only as beautiful as a fairy, but also outstandingly talented. Back in the day, you were the top scorer in the humanities for the whole city. A beauty that is both talented and attractive is truly admirable. Look at that. Men are outwardly calm but internally passionate. Once they see our goddess Bai Qing, they can't handle themselves. Zhao Qian feigned anger and glared at everyone. Then, she looped her arm in Bai Qing's and said with a smile, Goddess Bai Qing, hurry and tell everyone. You're so talented and outstanding, and you're a goddess with marvelous beauty. You probably got a boyfriend long ago. Maybe you're even a hot mom right now. Hurry and let these stinking men give up. Zhao Qian's words made some people embarrassed. They scraped their heads awkwardly and laughed. Zhao Qian, don't twist our meaning. We were praising out of the bottom of our hearts. We did not mean for the praise to be impure in any way. Even if Goddess Bai Qing got married, she will eternally be a goddess in our hearts. That's right, that's what we meant. The men who were praising Bai Qing all echoed in agreement. Laughter immediately passed through the group, but a flash of sadness passed through the main character Bai Qing's face. She was indeed talented and attractive, she was a pure beauty. The people that chased after her could form a united group. But that was all in the past. Beginning from that night, she lost her chastity and her halo. Only she knew the suffering she experienced these past 5 years. When did she get married and have kids? Until now, she hadn't even had a relationship that filled her with longing. She wasn't as grand as these people made her out to be, but she had to pretend for the sake of living and preserving face. This was the helplessness of reality. Wow, look who's here. Hurry and see who's here, everyone. Earlier, the men in the group were endlessly excited. Now, the women could finally scream crazily. There was someone wearing a white suit with white leather shoes and a white hat. He wore all white as if he were the Prince Charming in fairy tales. He walked in with his head high and his chest puffed. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. A tall, rich, and handsome man has arrived. The man had attractive features, a chiseled face, an impressive appearance, and a dominating aura like that of a king. With a glance, one could tell he was a handsome and accomplished youth. This man's name was Fang Zhiming. He was an influential figure in high school and the most handsome boy on campus in Cloud City. Not only was he handsome with a good family background, he was also a Prince Charming that a lot of girls pined after. Their classmates considered him and Bai Qing an ideal couple, a ma made in heaven. This reunion was held due to Fang Zhiming's suggestion, and he paid for all of the expenses. Fang Zhiming, young Master Fang, is here. Wow! Even after not seeing you for so many years, Young Master Fang is still just as handsome as ever. Little white-collared workers that sit in offices like us really can't compare to you. That's a given. Young Master Fang covered all the expenses on his own for this trip to the mountain resort, and it's where the rich in Acropolis City hang out. Young Master Fang must have started a good number of large companies, and maybe the companies are already on the market. Fang Zhiming squeezed through the crowd. He enjoyed the flattery from these people. He maintained a calm smile on his face and greeted the people around him. Fang Zhiming's gaze was fixed on Bai Qing the whole way over. At this time, he suddenly stopped beside her. Bai Qing, long time no see. Fang Zhiming had a gentlemanly smile and looked at Bai Qing with water-like tenderness. The air seemed to stand still, time stopped and fell quiet. 5 years ago, the two were a match made in heaven. Now that they met again 5 years later, one was overbearingly handsome and the other was as beautiful as a fairy. They stood together quietly like a beautiful landscape. Bai Qing's heartbeat couldn't help but increase. Back then, she didn't accept Fang Zhiming's affections due to her studies. Now that they met again after stepping into society, she couldn't help but feel a bit affected. Fang Zhiming, long time no see. Bai Qing blushed slightly and spoke softly. You're getting more and more beautiful. Fang Zhiming's gaze gradually heated. He had the urge to rush up and ravage Bai Qing, but buried this feeling very deeply. On the outside, he looked like a noble and gentlemanly prince. Your hair got messy, let me fix it for you. Fang Zhiming extended his long and slender fingers to touch Bai Qing's face. Bai Qing suddenly took 2 steps back when she saw the hand approaching her face. But, she didn't move backwards on her own volition, she was pulled back into a man's embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Bai Qing is my woman, so don't get too cozy with her or I might beat you up. Qin Feng appeared at the perfect time. He glared at Fang Zhiming. He used this kind of gentlemanly, cool guy act so much back in high school that he had become tired of it. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Let go of me. Bai Qing extricated herself from Qin Feng's embrace with some anger. This was the first time Qin Feng saw this bone-chilling gaze with a light murderous aura in her eyes. He thought about the system's quest regarding Bai Qing, dissolve Bai Qing's hatred toward the host. However, Qin Feng couldn't understand why Bai Qing would hate him because they were not even on familiar terms. He didn't really have much of an understanding of Bai Qing, and felt nothing towards her if her sexy figure and beautiful features were disregarded. Thus, Qin Feng was not angry even though she was shy towards Fang Zhiming. However, while women have accurate perceptions of other women, men have accurate perceptions of other men. Especially since Qin Feng was a dissolute young master with lots of experience with relationships, he could tell right away that Fang Zhiming didn't really like Bai Qing, he just wanted to dominate her body. If someone loved you and hadn't seen you for 5 years, the first thing they'll ask you is whether or not you're doing well when they see you. They'll closely examine the changes in you that occurred during these 5 years with an expression of heartache. However, once Fang Zhiming came up to her, he only complimented her beauty and wanted to touch her face. Qin Feng cursed all of them to impotence. When Qin Feng thought about how he used to be that kind of person, he silently and internally retracted his curses. Hey, where the hell did you come from? How dare you disrespect our goddess Bai Qing? Are you looking for a beating? What a pervert, how could you do these despicable things in broad daylight? Just you wait, I'll have you arrested immediately. Bai Qing had a high status in the hearts of the audience. They dreamed about her for 8 years but never actually hugged Bai Qing. They hadn't even touched her hand. Now that Qin Feng roughly hugged Bai Qing before their eyes, they were enraged. They wanted to beat him up. Calm down everyone. This is my boyfriend Qin Feng. Bai Qing checked the audience through clenched teeth. After speaking, she snuck a glance at Fang Zhiming. When she saw the hate flash through his eyes, she felt a bit disappointed. Qin Feng was never afraid of trouble. At this time, he hugged Bai Qing and even roughly touched her waist. He looked at the audience with self-satisfaction. What, you want to cause trouble because there are a lot of you? This is my woman. What's wrong with hugging her? I can even kiss her. While saying this, Qin Feng purposely caught Bai Qing while she was unprepared and kissed her on the cheek. Did you see that? I kissed her. I'll have you all know that I can even do more. Qin Feng said this and began to remove Bai Qing's dress. The audience swallowed their drool. This time, no one came out to stop him. They all internally urged Qin Feng to hurry and remove all of Bai Qing's clothes so they could all feast their eyes. Qin Feng's hand was poised above the zipper on Bai Qing's back. Suddenly, he stopped and grinned evilly at the audience. Stop your delusions, everyone. Why would I remove my girl's clothes in front of you all? I'll have a good time with Bai Qing at night when none of you are around. Bai Qing was using all her might to suppress her rage. She weighed as the hatred in Fang Zhiming's eyes continued to intensify. She knew that any possibility of a relationship between them was now gone, so her hatred towards Qin Feng increased exponentially. This guy has really gone crazy. How would we want to see Goddess Bai Qing's body? She's a pure and saintly goddess in our hearts. She's not someone we could recklessly violate. Goddess Bai Qing, why would you date a stinking man like him? He's clearly a hoodlum. Ari. I really can't wa on. Bai Qing, hurry and break up with him. We'll all support you. The people that couldn't see Bai Qing's body began to hate Qin Feng even more. They all realized that they were played like monkeys by Qin Feng. Stop, guys. We're having a reunion. We haven't seen each other in so long, but we were able to gather today. Let's be happier. Bai Qing scrambled out of Qin Feng's embrace. She walked up to Zhao Qian's side and linked arms with her as she said this. Bai Qing is right. We came here today for a reunion. Seems that most of us are here, so let's get going. Fang Zhiming glared at Qin Feng. Then, he put on the airs of a leader and led everyone towards the exit of the hotel. Right after walking out of the hotel, a gorgeously dressed beauty ran over. Qin Feng even knew her. Last time, they bumped into her at the Royal Jewelers. She was Chao Yang's little lover and Bai Qing's other dorm mate Zhu Dianyo. Oh, that's not right, she's called Angel, like the beings in the sky. Back in the day, Zhu Dianyo was also one of the school beauties. Now that she put on makeup, she was even more movingly charming. When the audience discovered that Bai Qing had a boyfriend, they shifted their attentions to Zhu Dianyo. When they saw her walking over, they went to greet her fawningly. Zhu Dianyo held a polite smile as she greeted everyone. There was a bit of anxiousness in her eyes. She looked around while greeting everyone. When her gaze fell on Qin Feng, she was so excited that she almost shouted aloud. Zhu Dianyo was originally too lazy to go to the reunion, but ever since Chao Yang was arrested and she discovered Qin Feng's true identity, she wanted to hook in this rich young master. Zhu Dianyo lingered outside the door of the Royal Hotel and the Royal Jewelers for half a month, but she didn't see Qin Feng. Thus, she wanted to use this class reunion to see Qin Feng. She knew about the relationship between Qin Feng and Bai Qing, so she guessed that Qin Feng would come for sure. Now that she saw Qin Feng, she was even more certain that she guessed correctly. Bai Qing, long time no see. I've missed you to death. Zhu Dianyo immediately dashed up beside Bai Qing, but glanced occasionally at Qin Feng and gave him flirty glances. Bai Qing gave Zhu Dianyo a weird look. The two of them got into a tussle just half a month ago, and Zhu Dianyo even got slapped by Chao Yang. This person hated her to no end, so why would she take the initiative to run over and greet her? Zhu Dia. Angel, how do you do? Bai Qing kept her distance and asked simply. Oh Bai Qing, don't call me Angel, that's such an unsophisticated name. I'm Zhu Dianyo, I want to be myself, Zhu Dianyo said with a sugar-coated voice as she gave Qin Feng another flirtatious glance. However, from beginning to end, Qin Feng didn't even glance at her. He clearly didn't see this vomit-inducing flirtatious glance. Are the two beauties still chatting? Let's leave, it's time for us to head out. At this time, Fang Zhiming walked over and called the two to leave. He intentionally ignored Qin Feng who was standing to the side. He clearly did not want to take Qin Feng along. Qin Feng, let's go. Fang Zhiming didn't call Qin Feng, but Bai Qing took the initiative to walk over to Qin Feng and hook her arm around his. Bai Qing had her own thoughts and plans. If Qin Feng wasn't there, there'd be no need to go to the mountain resort. When he saw this scene, Fang Zhiming's face darkened slightly. He challenged Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, Who would have thought that our pure jade beauty would be taken by you? I wonder how you did it. I didn't really do anything, I'm just a sales rep in the company. Qing Feng hugged Bai Qing more tightly in front of Fang Zhiming. He even intentionally touched her body. What Qing and I have between us is true love, we don't consider money or influence. When Fang Zhiming heard the words true love, he almost threw up. Ari, I really feel sorry for Bai Qing. Nowadays, if you don't have money or power, you can't survive in society. When the time comes, you won't even have the money to buy milk powder for your baby. Chapter 145. Chapter 145, His style is so cool. That's right, we're driving to the mountain resort this time. Mr. Qin, you're definitely someone with a car, right? Fang Zhiming smiled playfully at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded seriously. I have a vehicle. Of course, nowadays, a QQ or a shoddy car made in the country is less than 50,000 yuan. It would be laughable if Mr. Qin couldn't even afford that. Fang Zhiming shook his head with pity. Ari, originally, I thought Goddess Bai Qing was still single, so I purposely sped over in my two-seater Benz supercar and left shotgun for her as well. Now it seems as though I was thinking too much. While Fang Zhiming was talking, he stole a meaningful glance at Bai Qing. He saw a gleam flash through her eyes, so he immediately felt pleased with himself. Miss Bai Qing, our classmates were correct, this Mr. Qin isn't good enough for you. Right now, I would like to cordially invite you to sit in my Benz supercar to go to the vacation area. I don't know if you'd be willing. Fang Zhiming was confident and arrogant. His expression was one of someone who had the win in his grasp, who knew how many beauties he took using money and influence. Thus, when facing a loser without money or influence like Qin Feng, he planned in advance and was sure that Bai Qing would stand out and take the initiative to take his arm, dump Qin Feng, and become his lover from here on out. He waited for this moment for a long time. A gust of pride and excitement swept through his heart. There's no need for that, my boyfriend has a car, so I'll take that there, Bai Qing said through clenched teeth. Bai Qing knew Qin Feng's identity. His family background was much more illustrious and wealthy than Fang Zhiming's. However, Bai Qing didn't care about money or influence. Otherwise, she would have been on good terms with Qin Feng long ago. Ever since she graduated from high school and entered the workforce, she had the mindset of a young girl when it came to relationships. She longed for a happy and romantic love like the one between Snow White and Prince Charming. She still hadn't seen Fang Zhiming's true colors, so she thought he had the air of Prince Charming. Thus, she had a sliver of positive feelings towards Fang Zhiming. However, in order to take revenge against Qin Feng, she rejected this invitation. She felt a bit down and helpless inside. She knew that the pure romantic love from fairy tales had completely left her long ago in one of the days after she graduated from senior year of high school. She had to accept this reality. She didn't want to be delusional any longer. Bai Qing's rejection struck Fang Zhiming like a burst of violent lightning. His arrogant and tyrannical aura fell apart. This undisguised slap in the face made Fang Zhiming feel extremely awkward. He paused a bit before laughing a jolly laugh. He looked at Zhu Dianyo. Miss Zhu, you'd certainly be a rational person. Would you be willing to sit in my luxury supercar to the vacation area? If this were the Zhu Dianyo from before, she would immediately and eagerly follow the tall, handsome, and rich young master Fang Zhiming if he invited her. But this time, she rejected him, and rejected him resolutely. She came this time to court Qin Feng. She clearly knew that compared to young Master Qin, Fang Zhiming's background was nothing. Mr. Fang, I'm really sorry. I haven't seen Bai Qing in a while, so I would like to chat with her some more. I'll sit in Mr. Qin's car. Chimph, how stupid. Fang Zhiming was slapped a third time. Enraged, he turned and left immediately. At this time, the classmates attending the reunion already drove up to the door of the hotel. They waited there in a long line. The cars were of different styles, and there was at least one beauty in every car. The number of beauties was determined by the grade of the car. However, all of these cars were all parked in the ordinary parking area, so they got their cars quickly. Fang Zhiming and Qin Feng's vehicles were parked in the VIP section. At this time, the two of them re-encountered one another there. Zhu Dianyo and Bai Qing knew of Qin Feng's identity, so they knew it made sense for Qin Feng's car to be in this area. On the other hand, Fang Zhiming's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Qin Feng getting his car from the VIP area. "Mr. Qin, is your vehicle here as well?" "Yeah, but it's a bit annoying to retrieve your vehicle here, so I won't be parking here in the future." Qin Feng happily wrapped his arm around Bai Qing the whole way. At this time, he had already arrived before the 28 bicycle. The security guard was still there. "Thanks for your hard work, have 5 yuan to buy a bottle of water to drink." Qin Feng grandly tossed the security guard 5 1 yuan coins and sent him away. He patted the seat of his bike and looked at Bai Qing with a smile. "Qing Qing, what do you think? Isn't my new ride great?" Bai Qing, Zhu Dianyo, and Fang Zhiming all looked at Qin Feng with different expressions, but they were all frozen and speechless. "Haha, Mr. Qin, I'm not seeing things, am I? This is the vehicle you were talking about. Ha ha ha, you've really opened my eyes. You city people really know how to have fun, normal people wouldn't even be able to find a toy like this." Fang Zhiming was tickled to death. He didn't know where Qin Feng found the guts to ride this bicycle. If it were him, he wouldn't embarrass himself this way even if he were beaten. To ride a bicycle? And an old-styled 28 one at that? For a rich young master like Fang Zhiming, he felt like he had time-traveled. "Qin Feng, can you be more serious? Hurry and bring out your car." Bai Qing didn't believe that this was his vehicle. She thought he was fooling around to mess with Fang Zhiming. She had seen Qin Feng's Batmobile before, but didn't see it in the parking lot. "This is my new ride, I'm not lying to you. I think this bicycle is great. It has great speed and it's environmentally friendly. Don't you think? And the style is really cool," Qin Feng said with honesty. Bai Qing and Zhu Dianyo's mouths cheat, and Fang Zhiming had finally laughed enough. He looked at Bai Qing again. "Bai Qing, you won't go to the reunion on a broken bicycle, would you? Those are our old classmates, who would embarrass themselves like that? Let's go. Get in my race car, it's the yellow Benz AMG GT. You're a beauty, you should be made with a nice car. What era are we in right now? It's better to get ahead in the world by abandoning your scruples than to be poor. Bai Qing, I hope you can understand. Otherwise, it might be too late to regret it later." Fang Zhiming continuously egged Bai Qing on. Bai Qing looked at Qin Feng's expression, and it didn't look like he was joking. She hesitated for a bit before walking directly up to Qin Feng's bicycle. She said expressionlessly, "Let's go." Qin Feng smiled and carried Bai Qing onto his bicycle. Then, he looked at Zhu Dianyo, who stood stupidly to the side. "Zhu Dianyo. Oh no, Miss Angel, I'm so sorry, my bicycle can only take 1 passenger. Think of a way to get to the vacation area on your own." Chapter 146. Chapter 146, It's my first time here. "Mr. Fang, Qing Qing and I will leave first. We'll meet you at the vacation area." Qin Feng really did ride his bike with Bai Qing in tow. They disappeared from view. With great effort, Zhu Dianyo snapped out of her daze. She just realized a serious problem. She was left alone with no one to take her. She immediately ran over to Fang Zhiming. She said with a sugar-coated voice, "Zhiming, it seems like there's an empty spot in your car. Fuck off, go call a cab." Fang Zhiming wasn't interested in Zhu Dianyo, so he didn't even try to conceal his feelings. His engine roared like a wild beast, and he sped off. She internally despised and cursed at Qin Feng. "You idiot, you're riding a broken bicycle and you said you'd meet us at the vacation area? You won't even be there by the time we have to leave the next day." At this time, Qin Feng rode his 28 bicycle through the busy streets. Right from the beginning, Bai Qing was unwilling, but then she became alarmed. With her eyes wide open, she weighed as Qin Feng passed car upon car. She thought she was dreaming. So bicycles could also be this fast. Even cars and buses couldn't see up to them. The feelings she repressed built up as the bike sped up and they began to break free. She felt light and airy, like she was about to float to the sky. Bai Qing slowly opened her arms and drank in the bicycle, sunlight, streets, flowers, grass, and trees. She felt as though she had returned to her school days. Back then, everyone rode bikes to and from school. The only way a boy could court a girl was to invite the girl he admired to sit on his bicycle and silently transport her to her destination. Those were pure and lovely times, and they were times that Bai Qing always wanted to return to but could not return to. Now that she sat on Qin Feng's bicycle, she felt the clear breeze whistle past her ears. She could no longer hear the bustle of the city and relaxed completely. She felt closer and closer to the scene of her dreams. She closed her eyes slightly. The sunlight shone through her long eyelashes and into her black eyes. Bai Qing saw herself from 5 years ago smiling at her with a sweet and pure smile. Qing Qing, you are the first to sit on my bicycle and have the guts to fall asleep. Who knows how long later, Qin Feng's voice sounded by her ear. Bai Qing immediately awakened. She realized that she had fallen asleep. Ah, where are we, Qin Feng? Bai Qing looked around and gasped in shock. Sunlight, a beach, the ocean, palm trees, beautiful women in bikinis, outdoor dining areas. Was she still dreaming? We're at the mountain resort. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Did you want to get down?" "What? We've already arrived. Did I fall asleep for a couple of hours?" Bai Qing jumped in shock. She wanted to get off the bike, but Qin Feng still gripped her small waist tightly. "Qin Feng, let go. If not, how would I get off the bicycle?" Qin Feng didn't let go. He used some strength to carry Bai Qing off the bike. "Qing Qing, you fell asleep for quite a while. It's been almost half an hour." Half an hour? Bai Qing didn't believe it. The distance between the Royal Hotel and the mountain resort was a total of 70 kilometers. Even if one were to drive faster, it would take an hour. Qin Feng was biking, so how did he make it in half an hour? She pulled out her phone to check the time. She was so shocked that she almost tossed her phone away. They really did only use half an hour to get here. Bai Qing immediately looked around again. When she saw the enormous "The Mountain Resort welcomes you" sign, she then became convinced that they had indeed arrived at the mountain resort. She stared at Qin Feng and looked him over as if he were a monster. A while later, she said, "You're really abnormal." Qin Feng parked the bike. When he saw that no one else had arrived yet, he hugged Bai Qing with a smile. She struggled instinctively, but quickly fell into a compromise. "Let's go get a room first. What do you think of the presidential suite?" "The presidential suite here has a 2-person jacuzzi. We can take a dip at night, it's sure to be great." Qin Feng smiled evilly. A flash of hate passed through Bai Qing's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. She said neutrally, "Young Master Qin, seems like you come here often. It's said that this place is the casual hookup haven." "Nah, I've just heard this from friends. It's my first time here," Qin Feng said earnestly while looking at Bai Qing. After speaking, the two arrived at the hotel lobby and heard the beautiful manager there warmly welcome them. "Oh, who do we have here? Am I seeing things right? Isn't this our young Master Qin? Oh, young Master Qin, you haven't been here to let loose in a while. You really have great taste. Every time you bring a different girl and each one is prettier than the last. Look at this beauty, she has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. How unfair are the heavens that such a perfect woman could be created." Qin Feng didn't know what to say because what shouldn't have been said was already said. It was all said by this damned beautiful hostess. He felt a pain pass through from his waist, and Bai Qing's soft cold laugh passed into his ear. "Your first time here, huh? Young Master Qin, I've found that you never do things seriously, but you're particularly earnest only when you're lying. You flatter me, you flatter me." Qin Feng looked awkwardly at Bai Qing, smiled, then glared coldly at the beautiful hostess. "Hurry and take us to the presidential suite." "All right." The beautiful hostess responded excitedly. She even asked conscientiously, "Young Master Qin, do you also want me to call in 2 female students like before?" Qin Feng's mouth cheat. He was prepared to fire this hospitality manager after this trip was over. This mountain resort was also one of Royal Group's vacation estates, and it made a lot of money for Royal Group these past couple of years. However, Qin Huang was not the one who chose this land or made this mountain resort. Back then, Qin Feng had too many women around him and there was nowhere fun to take them. Qin Feng casually sighed, "Wouldn't it be great if there was a mountain resort with a beach and ocean where I could sit under the shade of a parasol and a bunch of bikini-clad girls playing volleyball in the day and play with the 2 balls on their bodies at night?" Thus, this battlefield haven, this campground where the rich took their mistresses was established. Especially in the summer, this place was packed every day. The rooms had to be booked a week in advance. However, the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel was never open to the public because it was for Qin Feng's private use. They took the elevator to the top floor. Qin Feng swiped the card key and brought Bai Qing into the presidential suite. This room was large, it took up the entire top floor and was a total of over 500 square meters. The inside was split into many large sections: an exercise room, a library, a tea room, a sauna, a sunroom, an entertainment room, and every kind of room under the sun. Right from the beginning, Bai Qing knew Qin Feng's family was rich and that he spent life as a dissolute young master. However, now that she experienced this luxurious lifestyle personally, she was deeply stunned. She arrived at the massive balcony. A slight breeze mussed Bai Qing's beautiful hair. She squinted her beautiful eyes and plainly saw the entire mountain resort. The feeling was splendid, and Bai Qing basked in it. Qin Feng suddenly walked over and hugged Bai Qing's slim waist from behind. He stuck his face to her ear and his warm breath fanned over her. "How is it? Do you like it?" Bai Qing's gaze was distant, and even distracted. How could she not like this kind of lavish life where food and clothing were not lacking and there were no struggles? Everyone would like this. If Qin Feng really loved her and gave her such a splendid life, she would be so moved that she wouldn't know how to repay him. However, this was not the case in reality, so Bai Qing felt that this kind of life was extravagant. This did not belong to her, it was an illusion and a trap set up by Qin Feng. After he tricked her into giving up her body, this would all become bubbles and would burst with single a touch. "I don't like it." Bai Qing extricated herself from Qin Feng's embrace. She walked expressionlessly into the restroom, shut the door, and fell into a daze. She leaned onto the wall and used a lot of effort to stabilize her emotions. Then, she pulled out her cell phone and sent a text. "I've brought Qin Feng to the mountain resort. He's in the presidential suite on the top floor." Soon, a reply text arrived from that number. "Very good. Continue to enchant Qin Feng. I'll send people to take care of the rest. Keep your cell phone on and await my cues over text." After reading the message, Bai Qing locked her screen. Her phone had a password, so she was not afraid Qin Feng might discover the texts. She washed her face, gathered her wits, then walked out of the restroom. Fang Zhiming came on his own. He spent over an hour driving before he gradually arrived at the mountain resort. After a line of cars parked into their own parking spaces, the men and women in the cars all came running out. They screamed with delight once they saw the beautiful scene made up of sunlight and the beach. Fang Zhiming was the only one who looked at his WA with a downcast expression. He knew that Bai Qing and Qin Feng probably wouldn't come anymore. If he rode that broken bicycle the whole way, he would be crazy by the time he got here. He was extremely dissatisfied. He arranged this reunion because he had only recently discovered Bai Qing's whereabouts. He found out that she was also in Acropolis City, so he wanted to take Bai Qing under the guise of the reunion. 5 years ago, Bai Qing was cute and pure. 5 years later, she was sexy and enchanting. Just the mere image of Bai Qing flashing through his mind would ignite flames of desire in Fang Zhiming's heart. He was about to lead these classmates to check in before thinking of a way to contact and trick Bai Qing into coming over. However, he turned to see the extremely out of place and eye-catching 28 bicycle parked nearby mingling with a row of luxury cars. He was so shocked that his mouth cheat and he almost fell to the ground. Fang Zhiming immediately ran over to the bicycle. He bent over and crouched over it to closely examine every part of it. He tried to find evidence that could prove that this was Qin Feng's bicycle. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. Need to pretend to be a muscular man. With his eyes alone, Fang Zhiming was unable to confirm whether or not this was Qin Feng's bike. He extended his hand to caress the bike's handlebars, seat, body, and even its tires. He looked to be lovingly caressing a beloved treasure. In truth, he already had the answer. In the current day and age, the chance of seeing a 28 bicycle was lower than seeing a car crash. If Qin Feng said he was riding his bike over, and a 28 bicycle that was exactly the same as his was parked at the mountain resort, the answer was clear. However, Fang Zhiming was still unable to accept reality. How could he ride a broken bicycle with Bai Qing and make it to the mountain resort before him? Fang Zhiming suspected that Qin Feng swayed to a car midway with his bicycle in tow. "Young Master Fang, what are you doing?" The remaining people encircled him. They saw Fang Zhiming caressing and inspecting a broken bicycle lovingly with a strange expression on his face. "Huh. I am not doing anything. I just thought this bike was really cool, don't you think?" Fang Zhiming was nervous, so he was unable to find any other excuse. He just blurted out and repeated what Qin Feng said before without thinking. However, Fang Zhiming received an answer from the faces of these people that clearly wanted to laugh but didn't dare to do so. He suddenly felt that he was a bit idiotic. Haha, there's nothing to it. It's just that this old-styled bicycle aroused a lot of memories from my high school days, so I couldn't help but look at it. Let's go. It's really hard to reserve rooms here, so I reserved 20 rooms half a month in advance. Let's get everyone to their rooms so we can rest and put down our luggage. We'll meet at the banquet hall on the 8th floor at 8 o'clock. Fang Zhiming's emotions stabilized quickly, and he led these people into the hotel. They were all assigned rooms in the reception hall of the hotel. In addition to Qin Feng and Bai Qing, there were a total of 23 people at the reunion, so 20 rooms seemed inadequate. However, the reality was that after the room assignments were made, there were 6 extra rooms. After all, these old classmates hadn't seen each other in such a long time. With the foundation of 3 years of deep friendship in high school, the hour-long car ride nurtured an even deeper friendship. Also, a fair amount of men and women exchanged gazes and directly got a room in preparation to reminisce about the past and completely examine one another's bodies at night. The travel arrangements for this reunion was made for 1 day and 1 night. They were to arrive in the afternoon and leave the following afternoon. The thing they were looking forward to the most was tonight's dinner at 8 o'clock. At the moment, there were a good number of hours until it would be 8. These people seldom had the chance to take time off and have fun at the beach. Thus, after putting down their things in their respective rooms, they all ran to the beach. At this time, Qin Feng and Bai Qing were on the balcony of the presidential suite. Bai Qing sat under a parasol drinking juice and admiring the scenery. Qin Feng stood with a pair of binoculars and admired the beauties in bikinis on the beach. "Qing Qing, your ass-kissing classmates are here. They're currently playing on the beach," Qin Feng said with a smile. Bai Qing changed into a sky-blue bikini and had a white silk shawl draped over her shoulders. Her sexy and well-developed body was faintly discernible, and exuded a charming flirtatiousness. She arrived beside Qin Feng and picked up the binoculars. She looked through them to see that her classmates really had arrived. She gave Qin Feng a slightly dissatisfied look. "Your classmates are ass-kissers. Let's go. We'll head over as well. They're classmates I haven't seen in 5 years, I kind of miss them." Bai Qing took Qin Feng by the arm and they headed to the beach together. The mountain resort vacation area was Acropolis City's Grade A scenic area. Royal Group had turned this area into a beach. From a glance, all one could see was blue ocean and skies. The beach was filled with people. There were those that were buried in the sand and comfortably basked in the sun, and there were also bikini-clad beauties playing volleyball. The playing techniques of these beauties was unimportant. What was important was that when they jumped up and down, the severe trembling of their chests was visually pleasing. This attracted the gazes of who knew how many men at the beach. Fang Zhiming and the rest arrived at the beach. Each of them chose the types of entertainment they enjoyed. Fang Zhiming, on the other hand, lay on the beach. 2 men, Zhao Bin and Liu Ming, sat beside him and rubbed olive oil especially used by bodybuilders on his body. "Zhao Bin, how is it going? How much longer will it be?" Fang Zhiming asked with anxiousness. "Young Master Fang, don't be anxious, I'll be done soon. This olive oil is used especially for American bodybuilding competitions. When you rub it on your body, it darkens the skin to emphasize a healthy tan and shines under the sunlight, making the muscles more prominent and distinct. As a fitness instructor, Zhao Bin was an expert in these aspects. Okay, then don't be anxious either. Apply it well, make sure the olive oil is rubbed on evenly. The best would be to try and exhibit my well-built physique. After hearing what Zhong Biao said, Fang Zhiming didn't rush him again. All in all, he set up this high school reunion to trick Bai Qing into bed, so it really took Fang Zhiming a lot of effort to set it up. He intentionally set this reunion at the mountain resort so he would have the chance to see Bai Qing wearing a bikini. At the same time, he wanted to wear swim trunks and bare his upper body. For the past couple of months, he exercised and trained his muscles under Zhao Bin's instruction so he could show off his muscles to Bai Qing. He wanted her to admire him and look at him with a blush and accelerated heartbeat. Liu Ming, have you seen Bai Qing? Fang Zhiming looked around the beach but was not able to spot Bai Qing's figure. Liu Ming was also on the lookout the whole time, but he also had not seen her. He shook his head and said, "Nope. Don't be anxious, young Master Fang, I'll tell you the instant I see her." Young Master Fang, it's done. Zhao Bin was done applying the olive oil. Fang Zhiming sat up excitedly and used all his strength to flex his pectoral and abdominal muscles. He looked at Zhao Bin and Liu Ming and asked, "Look at me first, how are the results?" After graduating, Zhao Bin and Liu Ming were not getting by so well. When they found out that they would see Fang Zhiming at the reunion, and that he opened his own company, they began to think of ways to gain his favor. They thought to themselves that no matter the result, they would shower him with a barrage of praise. However, when their gazes fell on Fang Zhiming's body, they were clearly stunned. Fang Zhiming trained himself these past couple of months so the muscles on his body were budding. Now, with the polishing provided by the olive oil, the muscles were clear and defined. The defined lines of his muscles, his full, large pectoral muscles, and his already extremely prominent six-pack could compare to some of the bodybuilders on magazine covers. Chapter 148. Chapter 148, Bikini Beauties. Young Master Fang, you're too handsome. You're truly too handsome. The result is too great. Your body could be compared to Schwarzenegger. If I were female, I would fall into your arms, young Master Fang, Zhao Bing and Liu Ming gasped. You two stinking brats, you only know how to kiss ass. After hearing their words, Fang Zhiming was unable to contain his glee. He pulled out a large mirror and examined himself. He discovered that his muscles were much more apparent. In particular, the planes and lines of his muscles were much more defined. Fang Zhiming nodded in satisfaction in regards to the quality of his muscles. He tossed away the mirror in his hand, put on a pair of black sunglasses, and stood. He walked on the beach naturally. He looked to be walking aimlessly, but he was actually walking towards the area where his high school classmates were gathered. Wow, look, that man is really handsome. His muscles are really big, I really want to touch his pecs. You have to look at the abs of men that have truly trained. That man doesn't only have pecs, he also has a clear six-pack. He really is a muscle man. Don't you all feel as though that person looks kind of familiar? Look closely, isn't that our classmate Fang Zhiming? It wasn't just men that liked looking at bikini beauties, beauties like to admire muscular men even more. By revealing his body, Fang Zhiming immediately elicited a wave of gasps. He was tall, large, healthy, and strong. He had lots of muscles, he wore cool sunglasses, and had a fashionable air about him. He easily became the focal point of the gazes of beautiful women. Fang Zhiming, you're really handsome. Someone from the crowd suddenly shouted. The corner of Fang Zhiming's lips formed an almost imperceptible evil smile. He suddenly stopped and turned slightly towards the direction that the shout had come from. At the same time, he confidently and casually removed his sunglasses, furrowed his thick eyebrows, and said calmly, "What did you say?" "Fang Zhiming, you're really handsome." The female strained her throat and yelled. Fang Zhiming pretended not to hear. He was so excited that he wanted to fly. "Louder, I can't hear you." Fang Zhiming faked it extremely well. That woman yelled again a good number of times, and attracted the people all around. Wow! It really is Fang Zhiming. It really is Fang Zhiming. Fang Zhiming, you're too handsome. I'm still single. Do you want to consider me? Fang Zhiming's high school classmates looked over. The women screamed when they saw his sexy muscles, while the men looked on with envy. There were too many people on this beach, so the gazes of a good amount of strangers were also attracted to the scene. They expressed some shock when they saw Fang Zhiming. It was considered a feast for the eyes to see such a strong and handsome pretty boy on this beach. Fang Zhiming immediately became the focal point of the spectators. He continued to uphold a natural expression externally, but he was extremely excited internally. He basked in the feeling of being treated like a famous celebrity and being the focus of 10,000 eyes. Wow, look over there, that woman has a really nice figure. She's really beautiful. She couldn't be a famous celebrity here on vacation, could she? So sexy. Her figure is really too sexy. I hope a strong gust of wind blows by and blows away this beauty's bikini. Fang Zhiming enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention when a series of gasps resounded from all around. The commotion was even greater than that elicited in response to Fang Zhiming. It was like a vicious downpour. It could not stop. No one paid any more attention to Fang Zhiming, but he still stood there posing like a fool. He lost the halo of a famous celebrity and looked more like a sculpture of no interest to anyone. After all of the gazes fell on Bai Qing, they could not peel their eyes away. She had a tall and slender figure, skin fair and clear like snow, a lovely pair of slim and straight legs that reflected dazzling rays of light, a sexy and raised behind that swayed side to side as she walked, a flat stomach, an attractive belly button, a small and full waist, a full and spectacular chest, fair and refined collarbones, and black lustrous hair that flowed over her shoulders and was mussed by the wind. The spectators' hearts were similarly mussed. The woman was too beautiful. Though she wore large red sunglasses that covered half her face, spectators were certain that she was an ultimate beauty. The sky blue bikini that she wore was simple, fashionable, and timeless. In an instant, all of the men who saw Bai Qing immediately fell lying on the ground. They admired Bai Qing's beauty by looking up at her. Fang Zhiming finally came to his senses. So the crazy screams were not elicited by him. He awkwardly looked over. After his gaze fell on Bai Qing's body, his entire body immediately reacted. However, when he saw that the person Bai Qing was currently holding onto was Qin Feng, this reaction immediately dissolved, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Bai Qing, here. After straightening out his emotional state, Fang Zhiming waved Bai Qing over. Bai Qing acknowledged him with a nod. She held Qin Feng's arm and walked calmly and steadily towards Fang Zhiming. Bai Qing, you're really too beautiful in a bikini. When Bai Qing arrived by his side, Fang Zhiming found that Bai Qing was clearly even more enchanting and seductive. If Qing wasn't wearing clothes, you'd find her even more attractive, huh? Qin Feng said this casually as he played with Bai Qing's long hair that cascaded down her shoulders. Fang Zhiming immediately held the expression of someone who had just eaten shit, and he was so choked up that he couldn't speak for a good while. Bai Qing, all of our old classmates are playing in the water. Fang Zhiming changed the topic. He decided to ignore Qin Feng. He extended his arm and pointed at the ocean. He looked to be indicating a direction to Bai Qing, but he was secretly flexing and using the opportunity to display his muscles. Bai Qing looked in the direction Fang Zhiming pointed in. A good amount of classmates were waving at her. Bai Qing smiled and waved in return. She didn't notice Fang Zhiming's well-built muscles. When he saw that Bai Qing hadn't noticed his well-built physique, Fang Zhiming suddenly put his arms behind his head and used it as a pillow. He puffed up his chest in a straying position and flexed his abdomen to condense his six-pack. He said casually, the weather today is great. We chose the right place by planning our class reunion here. Bai Qing, what do you think? Fang Zhiming had asked, so Bai Qing looked at him politely. This time, she noticed Fang Zhiming's conspicuous muscles, but she continued to have a calm and normal expression. She said lightly, I heard that you organized this class reunion, I must thank you. Oh, why are you being polite with me? I'm also extremely happy that I could organize this class reunion and help our high school classmates find their memories and pasts. Bai Qing, in the future, we have to work hard together. Fang Zhiming revealed a bright and sunny smile. He realized that Bai Qing didn't have much of a reaction towards his pectoral muscles, so he intentionally pumped his fist and naturally flexed his biceps. Chapter 149. Chapter 149, To Become a Drowning Dog. Millimeter, yeah, Bai Qing didn't even look at Fang Zhiming. She smiled and waved at the classmates by the edge of the water. In an instant, Fang Zhiming's entire body failed. He felt a pain equivalent to 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. He spent 3 months of hard work developing his muscles to show them off to Bai Qing at this reunion. As a result, Bai Qing had no reaction to it. This was a strong blow to Fang Zhiming. He was depressed and wondered whether or not he wanted to show Bai Qing his gluteal muscles, back muscles, and his most private muscle. Maybe it would see her eye. Suddenly, a bucket of icy, bone-chilling water splashed onto him. It felt as exciting as the ice bucket challenge. Fang Zhiming was completely unprepared. He was so shocked that he hopped about and howled continuously. Ah! Qin Feng, are you crazy? Why did you splash me with cold water? Fang Zhiming's lungs were about to explode due to his anger. He saw Qin Feng joyfully dancing about and laughing. Haha, you fell into the trap, you fell into the trap. Huh! What did you rub on your body? Why is it oily? That's disgusting. Fang Zhiming hurriedly glanced at his body and realized the carefully applied olive oil was rinsed away by the water. It ran unevenly through different parts of his body. The true shape of his previously defined muscles was immediately revealed, and turned him from a muscle man to a chicken-breasted man. Ah! Look! Where did the muscles on Fang Zhiming's body go? He clearly had full pecs and a six-pack earlier, why is it not as prominent now? Wow! Look at Bai Qing's boyfriend. So he has some goods, no wonder Bai Qing fell for that loser. From a glance, you can tell he's a macho man. She must be with him because he won her over with his endurance. Since Qin Feng was standing with Bai Qing, everyone previously looked only at Bai Qing and ignored Qin Feng. Now that their gazes fell on Qin Feng's body, they discovered that the muscles on his body were magnificent. His tall, bulging, and firm pectoral muscles surpassed the chests of half of the women at the beach. Even when his arms hung casually beside his thighs, his muscles were still firm and defined. His abdomen was made completely of muscle, and he had a clear 12-pack. His thigh and calf muscles were also extremely strong and taut. Though these muscles were on Qin Feng's body, they were not out of place. He wasn't like Schwarzenegger, who had discordant muscles formed by hormone injections. Qin Feng's muscles were extremely harmonious, and formed perfect lines with his figure. Since his muscles were formed through training and exercising while Fang Zhiming's was for show, Fang Zhiming's muscles made through last-minute preparation could not be compared to Qin Feng's. At this time, Qin Feng was wearing his flying dragon armor. He made it invisible so no one could see it. However, these 300 kilograms weighed on Qin Feng's body, so even while he was standing motionless, all of the muscles on his body were taut and naturally very defined. The people attending the class reunion all looked at Qin Feng. When Qin Feng and Fang Zhiming stood side by side, one was large, tall, straight, and well-built while the other was bent over after getting splashed by water and had a belly with excess fat. This clear comparison turned Fang Zhiming into a drowning dog. His previously imposing and energetic manner was shot away beyond the highest clouds. Qin Feng, wait for me, I'm not done with you. Fang Zhiming had no face to continue on. He ran away after saying these angry words in a low voice. Why did he suddenly leave? It's not often that you get to vacation together, so why not have fun with everyone else? What a weirdo. Qin Feng shook his head at Fang Zhiming's back with dissatisfaction. Bai Qing's gaze fell on Qin Feng's body. She was uninterested in Fang Zhiming's muscles because the sight of Qin Feng's muscles made her immune to all other muscles. Qin Feng, you're terrible. Thank you for your praise. Qin Feng hugged Bai Qing with a smile, and they arrived at the edge of the beach. After playing at the edge of the water with Bai Qing and her old classmates for a while, Qin Feng got bored. He pulled Bai Qing with him to go wakeboarding. In the past, Qin Feng spent over a month at this mountain resort every summer. He wakeboarded so much that he had mastered the art of it. No, I'm not going. I don't know how to wakeboard, it looks really scary. Bai Qing was frightened just looking at the several people wakeboarding in the deeper part of the ocean. Qin Feng carried Bai Qing like a princess and dragged her to the side of the boat. What are you afraid of? Nothing will happen to you with me protecting you. Boss, are we going? Two men sat on the yacht. They wore straw hats that covered most of their faces. They didn't raise their heads, but kept them lowered instead. One of the two said in a low voice, "Go." The boat set off. It went faster and faster. Since Bai Qing was too afraid to wakeboard on her own, Qin Feng shared the board with her. He held the rope tied to the back of the boat with one hand and hugged Bai Qing with the other to prevent her from falling. However, despite all this, Bai Qing could still feel the ocean breeze whistle past her ears and the cold splash of the ocean spray. She was still so frightened that she screamed. She didn't dare open her eyes. At this time, Qin Feng had an extremely evil smile. He insisted on taking Bai Qing wakeboarding for an extremely simple reason. He wanted to stick closely to Bai Qing and feel the suppleness of her body. "Boss, faster," Qin Feng said with a smile. "Okay." The two people in the boat never raised their heads. They sped up again. The boat was like an arrow shooting out of a bow. It was so quick that it was about to fly. Bai Qing, who stood on the wakeboard, felt a tremor pass through her body. This was over 10 times more exciting than a roller coaster. "Qin Feng, I can't do it anymore." Qin Feng didn't have to say anything. At this time, Bai Qing was like an octopus clinging tightly onto his embrace. One of Qin Feng's arms supported Bai Qing by her raised buttocks. It's all right. If you really can't do it, just scream." Right after, Bai Qing screeched continuously like a dolphin into Qin Feng's ear. He couldn't help but wonder if Bai Qing would get into his bed tonight. He thought that it would be great if she were this loud in bed as well. "Big brother fire, look at that pretty girl in the bikini." There was a group of wakeboarders not far ahead of Qin Feng. When they saw Qin Feng and Bai Qing join them, someone shouted in shock. There were a total of around 10 of them. 3 of them were wakeboarding while the others were sitting in boats. At this time, they all looked behind them. When they saw Bai Qing, who was in Qin Feng's arms, their eyes glowed green. Chapter 150. Chapter 150, I'll say it to them anew. Among these people was a middle-aged man with long hair dyed fire red, a goatee, and a vulgar smile. He was called Elder Brother Fire, and he was the leader of the group. He stroked his goatee and waved Bai Qing with a smile. "What a high-quality beauty. Hurry and get her over here for your elder." 2 people sat beside Brother Fire. They looked at him awkwardly. "Brother Fire, there are a lot of people weighing us on this ocean. Plus, there's a man next to this gal. Getting her over won't be so simple." Brother Fire slapped the 2 atop their heads. He lectured, "It's fucking easier to act in the ocean because that woman wouldn't be able to resist. Even if she cried for help, there'd be no one to help. So what if there's a man? We have over 10 people and we're fucking afraid of one person. Tell Skinny Monkey and the other 2 to mess with that brat and shove him into the ocean to fend for himself. Then, get that beauty onto our boat. We'll drive to a place where no one is so we can play however we like. Haha. Superb. Brother Fire's plan is too superb. I'll go tell Skinny Monkey and the other 2. We have great luck today." After a period of screaming, Bai Qing slowly got used to wakeboarding. She found that it wasn't as terrifying as she had thought. At least due to Qin Feng's work, she hadn't yet fallen into the water. Bai Qing mustered the courage to open her eyes. She looked at the wave as tall as a person that arose beside her and the limitless ocean and blue skies that surrounded her. Her fear dissipated in an instant, and she became excited instead. "Qin Feng, this is really exciting. Don't stop. Go faster." Qin Feng immediately nodded. He intentionally squeezed Bai Qing's body a couple of times. "Ching ching, like this? Don't you feel even better?" Bai Qing's expression immediately darkened. She glared coldly at Qin Feng. I said riding the waves was really exciting and I wanted the boat to go even faster. Qin Feng, why don't you go die? Hurry and get your grubby paws off me. Qin Feng revealed an apologetic expression when he found that he had misunderstood Bai Qing. Bai Qing was just wondering how young Master Qin could be so straightforward and kind. Suddenly, she felt a strong wave rush over, causing her body to tremble as she almost fell into the water. Qin Feng, hurry and hold me. I'm about to fall off. Bai Qing yelled with shock. Qin Feng looked shyly at Bai Qing. Qing, I can't hug you. Men and women should not have physical contact unless they're man and wife. This would affect your reputation. Bai Qing suddenly had the urge to stab Qin Feng to death. She shouted, hurry and hug me, I'm really going to fall down. Qin Feng was unhurried. In reality, he was discreetly protecting Bai Qing the whole time. There was no way she could fall. He had a conflicted expression. If I hug you, then I can only hug you so we can find your center of balance. Ari, forget it, this is too unfair to you. The speedboat turned at top speed, forming a violent wave. Bai Qing felt like her whole body was going to fly out. She could care less about anything. She grabbed Qin Feng's hand and placed it on her waist. She yelled, hold me properly, don't let me fall. When Bai Qing saw the evil glint in Qin Feng's eyes, she suddenly understood why he insisted on dragging her to wakeboard. After she was tightly held by Qin Feng again, she was no longer afraid. She began to shout excitedly again, oh, this is too fun, it's really too fun. Does this beauty want to play something even more fun? These older brothers will play with you. Evil laughter suddenly passed through their ears. They looked over to see that 3 boats surrounded them in a triangle formation. There were 3 men wakeboarding behind the 3 boats. The wakeboard of one of the men that was behind Qin Feng suddenly sped up and rushed towards him. The man held a large wooden stick and looked like he was about to beat Qin Feng to death. So you're having fun holding the beauty, huh? Ha ha ha, now lend your girl to these big brothers to play with. When we're done, we'll return her to you. Ha ha. Skinny Monkey suddenly appeared behind Qin Feng and struck down at Qin Feng's back. A self-satisfied smile bursted onto his face. He held the expression of someone who had the win in his grasp and pictured how Qin Feng would look after he was hit into the water and became a drowning dog. But when the wooden stick was about to smash Qin Feng's back, a spray of ocean water suddenly arose. The wave was as tall as 2 people. It made Skinny Monkey unable to open his eyes. He hadn't even seen what had happened when an enormous force hit his abdomen. Then, he was like a broken kite and flew headfirst into the ocean. Qin Feng, be careful. Qin Feng already kicked Skinny Monkey into the ocean when Bai Qing's shocked cry resounded. One could see how quick Qin Feng's reaction speed was. The other 2 brats wakeboarding had originally seen Skinny Monkey about to attack Qin Feng's back, so they thought Qin Feng would be beaten into the water for sure and were prepared to see a good show. However, a wave suddenly appeared. The 2 couldn't open their eyes. Even when the wave dispersed and they looked at Qin Feng again, they still were bug-eyed and slack-jawed. They saw that Qin Feng continued to hug the beauty leisurely and contentedly while Skinny Monkey disappeared. His surfboard floated at the surface of the ocean but he was missing, so it was clear that he fell into the water. Fuck, why are you guys standing there like dummies? Attack together and kill this brat. After Skinny Monkey fell into the water, swam upwards and floated above the water. He stuck out his head and began to yell. The remaining 2 people reacted this time. Skinny Monkey really had fallen into the water. Though they hadn't seen the situation clearly, they were alarmed and didn't dare to underestimate Qin Feng any longer. Skinny Monkey was tossed into the ocean due to the large waves, but Qin Feng was hugging a woman and surfed through the waves unscathed. This was a clear indication of his abilities. Stinking brat, be tactful and let go of this gal. Then, jump into the ocean on your own and swim back. Otherwise, their older brothers will teach you a lesson. How dare you misbehave in front of your elder brothers? You must be tired of life. The 2 stood on wakeboards and rushed towards Qin Feng. They even wanted to use harsh words to scare him away. Qin Feng was clearly unafraid. He waited for the 2 to come over with an extremely calm expression. However, the Bai Qing in his arms tightened her grip on him. She said with some worry, Qin Feng, if you leave me alone and run away, then you aren't a man. Qin Feng looked at Bai Qing with a laugh. Then, he looked at the two people and said lightly, I'm sorry, this is my girl. Other people can look, but they can't play with her. If you want to play, then bring out your money. After speaking, Qin Feng felt a pain at his waist. He saw Bai Qing's cold expression and hurriedly explained, I've seen too many soap operas so it just slipped out. I didn't mean it, I'll say it to them anew. Chapter 151. Chapter 151, Heart-Thumping Playing. Qin Feng stood perfectly straight and relaxed. His expression was indifferent like water. He looked at the two of them coldly. Listen to this young master well, only I can play with my women. No matter how much money you have, don't even think about playing with her. Bai Qing's mouth cheat. She always felt that no good words ever came out of a scoundrel like Qin Feng. Ha ha ha, so this person here is a fool. Brother Fire with the head of fiery red hair burst into laughter. Mengzi, Awei, attack together and throw this brat into the ocean to feed the fish. Then, get that gal and bring her onto my boat. I'll teach you guys a lesson today. Rather than inferior car shaking or horse shaking, I'll let you guys feel the ocean shaking on the boat. Qin Feng's eyes glinted. He looked at Bai Qing and said honestly, Qing Qing, shaking the ocean is good, shaking the ocean is good. Do you want to try it out? After Brother Fire's command, Mengzi and Awei no longer hesitated. They became fierce, brandished their arms, and rushed towards Qin Feng from both sides with wooden sticks in their hands. Qin Feng didn't want to make the scene any bigger. If these people were tactful and left after Skinny Monkey was kicked into the ocean, then Qin Feng wouldn't have to bothered with them. At this time, Qin Feng's gaze gradually became icy. Awei, who was coming from the left, was a little quicker. He brandished his wooden stick and was about to crash down on Qin Feng's head. Mengzi, who was on the right, followed closely behind and swept at Qin Feng's calves. The two were veterans in fighting, and they often fought together. Their cooperation was flawless. There was one on the right, and one on the left. One attacked the top, and the other attacked the bottom. Also, they attacked on the surface of the ocean, so a normal person would have no way to dodge the hits. However, Qin Feng clearly wasn't an ordinary person. When the sticks were about to hit him, he suddenly launched himself into the air while holding Bai Qing. This jump wasn't considered high, the height was around 1 meter. After jumping, Qin Feng turned their bodies into a horizontal position and spun multiple times midair. They had just avoided the hits from the two people. The two wooden sticks hit air at the same time and whistled through it. At this time, Qin Feng landed. He stood on the wakeboard accurately and continued to speed forwards. This scene scared Awei and Mengzi silly. They froze and forgot to continue attacking Qin Feng. These two were wakeboarding veterans as well, but wakeboarding on through the waves was still not as simple as standing on solid ground. Earlier, Qin Feng's move was something most people couldn't even do on solid ground, let alone on the surface of the ocean. As someone who experienced it personally, Bai Qing was so shocked that she screamed continuously. Though this move had a 5-star difficulty, Qin Feng already held her safely on the wakeboard once again. However, the excitement made it impossible for one's heartbeat to slow down. Her heart was still beating rapidly and felt as though her heart would jump out of her throat. The frightening scene that just passed was still replaying in her mind. The bodies of her and Qin Feng were stuck together tightly, they were suspended midair for a couple of seconds, and then there was an incomparably exciting falling sensation. It was more frightening than the thriller events at the amusement parks. However, this thrilling and exciting move made Bai Qing blush. The two of them were pressed too closely together during this time. She could feel that Qin Feng reacted and moved around restlessly a couple of times. She thought he was impossibly despicable. This crazy and exhilarating scene naturally did not escape the eyes of the people admiring the scenery on the beach. A small portion of the people were weighing other people surfing. When they saw what had just happened, their mouths were opened so wide that it could fit a whole duck egg in it. Look everyone, that bikini beauty went wakeboarding and that muscle man is holding the beauty and doing flips in the air. The crowd on the beach weighing Qin Feng and Bai Qing grew larger and larger. Originally, Bai Ching was the audience's point of interest. When they saw that she went wakeboarding, the men on the beach began to imagine how great it would be if they could become the wakeboard she was stepping on. Damn, this brat has trained before, no wonder he was so cocky. Brother Fire, toss me an empty beer bottle, I'm going to knock him from the wakeboard into the ocean. Awei and Mengzi came to their senses. They experienced Qin Feng's quick and agile movements, so they didn't have the confidence to interact closely with him. At this time, they got 2 bags of empty beer bottles from Brother Fire and prepared to play and shoot into the air. Haha, the time of your death has arrived. I hate people like you who act like pretentious pricks the most. With beer bottle in hand, Awei immediately put on an imposing manner. He looked at Qin Feng with a playful smile, as if Qin Feng was a little lamb that entered the wolf's den for slaughter. After saying his harsh words, Awei took the initiative to toss a bottle. Because the wind was strong on the ocean, the bottle was blown off course after he threw it. Qin Feng just shifted his body slightly and avoided it. Fuck, I don't believe I can't smash you. Though he missed once, Awei was not anxious. This time, he took the direction and strength of the wind into account. The instant the beer bottle was thrown, its path deviated slightly. Then, with the gust of wind shifting its path, it headed straight for Qin Feng's head. Awei used all his strength to toss the bottle. He wanted to hit Qin Feng in the head and smash a hole through it. A flash of iciness passed through Qin Feng's eyes. While holding Bai Ching, he jumped up 3 or 4 meters. They stayed midair for a while. Bai Ching's body was on the bottom, and Qin Feng held her back and waist tightly. The two faced the ocean and formed a lovely scene. Qin Feng held Bai Ching and she was so afraid that she kept screaming. She instinctively spread her arms into a flying posture. Fuck, a mid-air Titanic pose. The crowd on the beach went crazy screaming, they were shocked silly by the startling scene. A larger wave of screams and cheers swept by. Awei and Mengzi heard this. They originally came to teach Qin Feng a lesson. In the end, this became the brat's performance. There were a good amount of spectators at the beach. This was plainly a slap to their faces, a slap that made their face and ears red and made them grind their teeth. Mengzi, don't just stand there, attack with me. We'll fire together. Don't worry about whether or not you can hit him, just throw like crazy. I don't believe that we can't hit him when we have all of these bottles. Awei was enraged. He yelled towards Mengzi. Mengzi was also extremely angry. He began to throw bottles at Qin Feng wildly. At this time, the two of them fired bottles rapidly and continuously at Qin Feng. The air was filled with rising and falling empty beer bottles like fish jumping out of the ocean to take breaths of fresh air before falling back into the water. This wave of attacks was pretty fierce. Qin Feng held Bai Ching and did various startling moves. The two were like a pair of happy birds performing a lovely dance melody. The sound of the waves recklessly rising and falling accompanied them musically, while the flurry of empty beer bottles in the air became their backup dancers. Her voice was airy and distant as if it came from far away. She also had a beautiful and limber figure. She danced a classy waltz and sang a pleasant dolphin sound. The spectators at the beach had long forgotten how to breathe. Chapter 152. Chapter 152, You're all old. Too handsome, he's too handsome. I also want to be hugged by that man. I want to play too. The heavenly music, the dance steps of the soul, it's too romantic. A waltz on the ocean surface, this is the most unique dance form of the year. Not only did those fans get enchanted by Qin Feng and Bai Ching, even Awei and Mengzi stopped. They finished throwing all of the empty beer bottles. Of the over 40 that they threw, not one hit Qin Feng, they didn't even touch a hair on his body. He turned them into clowns and made it so that the bottles gave an extra flair to their dance. They wanted to jump into the ocean rather than bear this kind of slap in the face. They felt that it wasn't easy for them to act like pretentious pricks. Bang! A crash was heard. At this time, Qin Feng held Bai Ching and spun 360 degrees in the air. His toes tapped a falling beer bottle and the bottle seemed to take on a new life. It sped towards Awei. Boom! In the next second, Awei's forehead was shattered by the beer bottle. A great force caused his body to shoot forth and fall into the ocean. Qin Feng's body still spun mid-air. After one spin, his other foot fell onto another empty beer bottle. With a whoosh, the bottle whistled over and hit Meng's chest. This kick looked like he was making a penalty kick where the ball hit the goalie's stomach. The kick possessed an unblockable strength that sent the goalie flying with it. They shot over 10 meters into the air before falling into the ocean. Qin Feng, when did you become so great? Right from the beginning, Bai Qing hated these bad people that came out of nowhere. When she saw that they were beaten, she excitedly danced for joy like a little girl. I was like this since I was very little, Qin Feng said earnestly and seriously. Bullshit. Bai Qing furrowed her eyebrows and quirked her lips. Qin Feng scrunched his nose and didn't explain. Experts were always lonely. This scene also captured the gazes of the two driving the boat that pulled Qin Feng and Bai Qing. They continued to lower their heads so their faces couldn't be seen. The surprise came and went through their eyes in a flash. Fuck, since you had the guts to make a move, brothers, crash their boat until it flips and let them fall into the ocean to feed the shark. When he saw that 3 of his brothers were smacked into the ocean, Brother Fire was so angry that his face became sinister. He fiercely drove his boat towards Qin Feng. The boat was extremely fast, it came closer and closer to Qin Feng and Bai Qing. This time, Bai Qing couldn't get excited. Their opponent was driving a boat over, and based on his crazed expression and the constantly increasing speed of his boat, this red-haired man had really gone insane and was looking to claim her and Qin Feng's lives. Qin Feng's expression abruptly fell serious, and a faint murderous air shot out of his eyes. He used some strength to toss Bai Qing into his boat. Then, with more strength, he boosted himself up 5 meters with his legs. He flipped handsomely, and landed stably on Brother Fire's boat. The series of moves were extremely smooth and were completed in the time it takes to spark a fire. Fuck, where is he? Where did the brat go? Brother Fire found that Qin Feng disappeared in the blink of an eye. He thought Qin Feng hid himself. Brat, I don't believe that you can hide in the ocean for your whole life. Brother Fire, the brat is right behind you. Brother Fire didn't see Qin Feng, but the other 2 on the boat saw everything clearly. Qin Feng was like a ghost that disappeared and appeared randomly. They didn't know when he got onto the boat. The 2 stared dumbstruck with their mouths agape. Brother Fire immediately turned. He distractedly turned the boat in a circle on the ocean and then growled angrily, "Fuck, who said the brat was behind me? I turned the boat around completely, why don't I see anyone?" The other 2 had the urge to jump into the ocean. Qin Feng's startling move earlier made them fearful. They felt wronged and said, "Brother Fire, he's behind you. Right behind you." Brother Fire instantly looked like he was struck by lightning. His body turned rigid. He slowly turned his body and looked behind him to find Qin Feng weighing him with a smile. Though he wore a smile, the smile made Brother Fire's hair stand on end. The smile carried the icy feel of the Grim Reaper. "B brother, when did you get here? Let's go get a drink." Brother Fire smiled along with him. "I think you should go drink ocean water instead." Qin Feng grabbed Brother Fire's collar and tossed him carelessly. Brother Fire, who was 180 centimeters tall, flew outwards in a beautiful arc. He fell into the ocean with a splash. "Those of you remaining, are you preparing for me to kick you into the ocean or are you going to jump in yourselves?" After taking care of Brother Fire, Qin Feng looked at the remaining people with an icy and threatening gaze. These people were completely stunned. They wanted to eat their fists to express how they were currently feeling. Previously, when Qin Feng did various natural moves on the wakeboard to act cool, these people knew that he wasn't ordinary. Now, with his soft arrival and just the wave of his hand, he sent Brother Fire flying without a fuss. It was the first time they saw such enormous strength. How could he be considered a person? He was clearly a superhuman. Now that superhuman stood before them and gave them 2 choices, to have the superhuman kick them into the ocean or jump in themselves. After they came to their senses, they jumped into the ocean on their own without hesitation. They were afraid that if the superhuman kicked them, they'd spit blood and die before falling into the ocean. 9 hooligans uniformly jumped into the ocean. The spectacular scene once again aroused cries of alarm from the people on the shore. Qin Feng was moved when he saw these people jump into the ocean so fearlessly and courageously. In order to express respect towards their attitude, Qin Feng drove the boat. As long as he saw someone poke their head out of the water, he rushed over. He played with them like this for a couple of minutes. The hooligans were almost played to death by Qin Feng. Suddenly, Qin Feng realized that his speedboat was nowhere to be seen. Bai Qing was still on it. And there were still 2 men on it. Qin Feng instantly became anxious. He looked around to find that his speedboat was speeding into deeper waters. Bai Qing was standing on the boat and waving towards him in a plea for help. Fuck, I knew those 2 old dregs were no good. They're already aged and they still want to have a threesome? Qin Feng angrily cursed at the 2 men in straw hats while driving the boat and speedily giving chase. Even if you want to play that way, you have to at least get me in on it. The whole time he was chasing them, Qin Feng's boat drove further and further into the ocean. He turned his head to look at the place he was wakeboarding at previously. Brother Fire and his group of people's boats had already become a small dot. He had already arrived at the more expansive section of the ocean where the water was deeper. Hey! If you continue going forward, I won't chase you anymore. If I run out of gas to play with a woman, this young master would have to swim back to shore, Qin Feng yelled angrily. After yelling, he really did change directions and drove the boat back. When they saw this scene, the mouths of the 3 on the boat cheat. Bai Qing was so angry that she almost gritted her teeth to bits. The 2 in the straw hats also stood. These 2 wore long black robes on this scorching summer day. The straw hats covered more than half of their faces, so from beginning to end, no one could see what they looked like. One of them suddenly spoke. His voice was light and deep, but despite the crashing waves of the ocean, it passed through to Qin Feng's ear with an incomparable clarity. Don't leave, little lad, we still have your girlfriend. Do you not want her anymore? The boat Bai Qing was on also turned and stopped. You 2 are old now, so maybe you don't yet understand the new rules of society. Nowadays, even if you hold hands, hug, and even kiss, you're not necessarily boyfriend and girlfriend. They could be teacher and student or brother and sister. They could also be bosom friends. At most, they could be friends with benefits. Qin Feng also stopped his boat and looked at the 2 of them. This beauty and I are friends with benefits. Bai Qing's expression instantly froze over. Qin Feng's words were like countless arrows piercing her heart. She suddenly lost it and laughed lightly. Ha ha, friends with benefits. He's right, him and I are just friends with benefits. Why would he care whether I live or die? Qin Feng, you're a fucking bastard. You're a fucking beast. Bai Qing suddenly went out of control. She squatted on the boat and burst into tears. Qin Feng and the 2 men in straw hats stared blankly. After a good while, the man in the straw hat couldn't help but ask, what kind of relationship is friends with benefits? It's where you meet to set fireworks at night, Qin Feng responded earnestly after thinking for a while. It's just setting fireworks at night? Qin Feng nodded. The men in the straw hats furrowed their eyebrows. They thought to themselves, aren't they just talking about setting off fireworks? Why is this woman so agitated? The 2 were a little over 60 and they usually retreated from society and only concerned themselves with cultivation. Thus, modern things were all gibberish to them. The 2 men wearing straw hats came back to their senses. They came to capture Qin Feng. Why did they start asking about friends with benefits? Young lad, this lady is pretty and her body is sexy. Are you certain you want to dump her here? The expressions of the men in the straw hats became icy again. Qin Feng turned to leave just to test the 2 to see they had captured Bai Qing because they coveted her beauty or if they wanted to lure him in. Now the situation was clear. I have plenty of women, and each of them are more than 10 times more beautiful than this gal. If you 2 like this gal, then I'll give her to you. This young master will now take his leave. Qin Feng waved with a smile and turned the boat to leave. The instant he spun around, his expression froze dramatically. His guess was completely right. These 2 were grade A experts. Qin Feng had merely felt a gust of wind behind him and the weight on the boat increased a lot. Chapter 153. Chapter 153. I'll give you 100 snow lotus herb plants. Youngster, where are you going? The two men in straw hats had already jumped onto Qin Feng's boat. They stood on both sides of him and squeezed his shoulders. He, it seems that I don't know you two good men. What do you want? Qin Feng turned his body and asked with a smile. Drive the boat out further and don't try any funny business. Your bit of ability is sorely lacking in front of us two yin-yang elders. Per their request, the boat drove further and further out. The two only allowed Qin Feng to stop when they reached a section of the ocean where no other boats could be seen. Qin Feng stopped the boat and saw that he could no longer see the boat Bai Qing was on. When he knew that she escaped danger, he internally let out a sigh of relief. His expression gradually became cold. Who are you people? Who sent you here to capture me? Since they were in the middle of the ocean and there were no boats or ships in sight, the men in straw hats were not afraid that Qin Feng could run away. Unless he grew wings and could fly, there was no way he could escape from the palms of these two. Lad, don't ask too much about things you shouldn't ask about. If you want to live, then hand over the 100-year blood lotus. When he heard why the two had arrived, Qin Feng was slightly startled. Right from the beginning, he knew the 100-year blood lotus was a rare plant. When Su Qiu Yu secretly passed it to him on Coiled Snake Mountain, she did it mostly to pull the wool over their eyes, but also to transfer the troubles onto him. This woman looked graceful, cultured, sophisticated, and profound. There was also a quest in the system regarding the Su family. Qin Feng knew Su Qiu Yu would become his sooner or later, so that was why he willingly assisted her. However, the next time he saw her, he would definitely press her to the ground and take advantage of her a bit as payback. Snow Lotus. You two kidnapped me in the middle of the ocean because of a meager snow lotus flower? Qin Feng looked at the two indignantly. In any case, I'm a young master of a rich family. If you two let me go, I wouldn't just give you one snow lotus flower, I'd even give you 100. Brat, you think you can play dumb with us? One of the men in the straw hat said, that day on Coiled Snake Mountain, that older girl of the Su family initiated a hug with you and shoved you a box of 100-year blood lotus. Did you think we didn't see that? What do you mean by older girl of the Su family? The question Qin Feng was concerned about differed from that of the other two. The expression of the man in the straw hat sank. He said extremely unwillingly, the Su family has two granddaughters. The one you hugged was the older one. Oh, so that's the case. How does that younger girl look? Qin Feng looked at the two with an evil smile. The system had a quest to take over the Su family's company, so he would take both granddaughters. Qin Feng had seen Su Qiu Yu and he had to take this beauty. However, he had never seen the younger granddaughter, so what if she was ugly? Very beautiful, the man in the straw hat replied honestly. Suddenly, his expression changed and he glared coldly at Qin Feng. Stinking brat, don't intentionally change the subject. Hurry and take out the 100-year blood lotus. Otherwise, I'll kill you with one hit. If she's beautiful then that's good, that's good. He pretended not to hear the two and revealed a vulgar expression. Since you don't want to live, the two of us yin-yang old men will fulfill your wish. Their faces instantly became fierce. An enormous chi flow shot from the thin and shriveled hands holding his shoulders. It had the power to crush Qin Feng's shoulders in that instant. Qin Feng's expression had long become serious. He suddenly disengaged the flying dragon armor. An equally large force shot out of Qin Feng's body and cancelled the power of the two in the straw hats. Then, he escaped from their grasp. He leapt lightly and flew over their heads. When he landed, he brandished his fists and attacked the backs of the two men. Slam slam. Both fists landed at the same time. A large noise resounded off the backs of the two people. Qin Feng didn't hold back when he punched. A full 300 kilograms of power was used. If it fell on an ordinary person, it would instantly send them flying and make their entire body fall apart with an explosion. However, after the two fists fell, the two in straw hats didn't go flying like he expected. On the contrary, a large chi force flowed from the backs of the two men and passed through Qin Feng's fists. He didn't have time to react, and the powerful chi flow passed through his body. Blood sprayed violently out of Qin Feng's mouth and his body was sent flying. Rumble. These two fists fell on the man in the straw hat, but the energy was rerouted and struck Qin Feng's body. He was struck with 300 kilograms of power. Luckily, in this dangerous time, he removed his flying dragon armor once again and used his level 1 inner chi to protect his body. Only through this was he able to preserve his little life. Qin Feng already fell into the ocean. His gaze was filled with shock. These two old men were really powerful, and they were internal experts. Compared to Liang Zhenwei, who was a stage 4 inner chi expert, who knew how many times stronger they were. There was no way Qin Feng could fight the two before him. Stinking brat, I'll give you one last chance. If you bring out the 100-year blood lotus like a good boy, we can spare your life. Qin Feng sank into the ocean, yet the two of them had penetrating voices that continued to allow Qin Feng to hear them clearly. This was his first time facing such strong opponents. He didn't even have the opportunity to run. Qin Feng needed to keep the 100-year blood lotus to concoct the blood chi pill and save Lin Bei, so there was no way he'd hand it to them. When he was at his wit's end, a strange feeling passed through his heart. The feeling randomly arose from the bottom of his heart. It was an uninterrupted and extremely familiar feeling. It was like the kind of familiar feeling one would get every time they spent time with their parents. This feeling was like a ray of light for Qin Feng, who was in the ocean. It attracted him and he instinctively swam in that direction. This brat wants to escape, an old man wearing a straw hat said. He does have a bit of skill. Let him swim around in the bottom of the ocean for a bit. Wait until his energy is depleted and we'll go into the ocean and capture him alive, the other old man in the straw hat replied indifferently. The two drove the boat and followed the path Qin Feng swam away in. At this time, Qin Feng was still quite fast because that familiar feeling came closer and closer, and felt stronger and stronger. It aroused the hidden potential of his body. Even though he had just gotten hurt, he continued at an explosive and frightening speed. He was like a merman flying through the bottom of the ocean. I'm there, almost there. The feeling was so powerful that Qin Feng's heart almost leapt out of his chest. He looked all around to find where this familiar feeling was coming from, but besides the unknown object blocking his view, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Chapter 154. Chapter 154, Elementary Awakened Mode. Qin Feng was slightly disappointed. His mood was about to fall into the depths of the valley. The enormous unknown object before him suddenly began to move, causing Qin Feng to jump in fright. Its body was enormous, it was incomparably hideous, and its gaze was fierce. It swam quickly towards Qin Feng with bared teeth and brandished claws. When this thing moved, the chi flow of the ocean changed. The areas that he swam by caused a swarm of waves to curl up. The surging waves were imposing and boundless. Qin Feng froze breathless. Since he was underwater, he really couldn't breathe. He wasn't so shocked that he forgot to escape, he was impossibly stunned. As the distance between him and the large creature continued to lessen, Qin Feng was able to clearly see what it looked like. It was a massive sea turtle as large as a yacht. And on the back of the sea turtle was a snake as thick as a person that was currently sticking out its scarlet tongue wantonly. If a normal person were to encounter such a monster in the ocean, they would definitely faint on the spot. However, Qin Feng was currently moved beyond expression. Wasn't this the black turtle that he had just released at the foot of Coiled Snake Mountain? It had only been a couple of days and this brat had grown this much. Qin Feng couldn't help but pray for the small fish and shrimp that were eaten. Master, Black Turtle has already gone from being an elementary cute pet to an elementary awakened pet. Little Pig's voice rang out. At this time, Qin Feng came to his senses and was about to call Black Turtle, but he realized that he was underwater. Once he opened his mouth, he took a large gulp of ocean water. Gu. Black Turtle arrived beside Qin Feng. The sea turtle's 4 legs flapped happily, forming mini whirlpools all around. Meanwhile, the many-banded Krite moved his body that was as thick as a human and quickly wrapped around Qin Feng to bring him onto the sea turtle's back. It stuck out its scarlet tongue and began to crazily lick Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng felt a disgusting fishy stench drift over. If it weren't for the fact that he was underwater and couldn't open his mouth, Qin Feng didn't know how many times he would have thrown up. Gu, Qin Feng was annoyed. He glared at the many-banded kite. He opened his mouth only to make a gurgling noise. Even he didn't understand what he was saying. The many-banded kite happily nodded. He rushed towards the surface of the ocean. The sea turtle's reaction was a bit slower. It only understood and slowly paddled its enormous legs when it felt the many-banded kite tugging it out of the water. Though Black Turtle's movements were slow, with each paddle of its 4 large legs, enormous jolts would pass through the water. That powerful chi flow formed larger and larger whirlpools that turned more and more quickly. Many of the little fish and shrimp were caught in the whirlpool, and even some enormous fish were unable to escape from it. Qin Feng was stunned by this scene. He was sitting on the sea turtle's back and weighed the increasingly turbulent whirlpool around him. He sat in the middle of it where it was calm and peaceful. In this central area, the ocean water began to disappear and Qin Feng was able to open his mouth and breathe again. Though he was at the bottom of the ocean, he felt like he was ashore. This strange feeling was like he found himself at a marine park. Everything was mystical and the fish around him were of various shapes and sizes. He felt that Black Turtle was like the king of the ocean that could run about free and unhindered. Kacha. A crisp noise shattered Qin Feng's state of mind. He was just at the bottom of the ocean thinking about the style of a king when he felt an unblockable domineering feeling. He looked over angrily to see that the many-banded kite stuck its head into the whirlpool. It opened its large bloody mouth to swallow the surrounding delicacies. It seemed that these two made such a fuss not because they wanted to help Qin Feng act pretentious, but because they were hungry and wanted to eat something. Qin Feng's face darkened as he lifted his head to look. His expression changed drastically and his eyes opened impossibly widely. He looked at the bright and beautiful sunlight, the blue sky, and the white clouds. He felt as though he were in a different world. He remembered that he was still underwater, but why did it seem as though he were on shore looking up at the sky? He quickly looked around him and froze with shock. All around him was an enormous whirlpool that seemed to have a separate layer that isolated over 10 meters of space around him. The waves around them were 5 of 6 meters tall. Qin Feng sat in the middle of the wave and felt as though he were in the middle of a fountain. Black Turtle, hurry and go that way. Qin Feng's gaze shifted and saw the boat of the 2 men in straw hats. They were at the edge of this whirlpool and swayed and teetered as if it could flip at any time. The 2 wearing straw hats had their eyes glued to Black Turtle with a complicated expression filled with a mixture of shock and bafflement. Without waiting for them to regain their senses, Sea Turtle had already angrily lifted its head to shout. Roar! At this time, Sea Turtle no longer had that sleepy look. It stuck out its head. When it opened its mouth, it was even more dramatic than the many-banded kite's large bloody mouth. It lifted its head with an unordinary loftiness and gave an earth-shattering roar that brought vicious waves. In this instant, the sea turtle was the true ruler of the ocean. The powerful creatures all around the ocean withdrew in the face of its superior strength. The sea turtle and the many-banded kite joined to form Black Turtle, which had both attack and defense abilities. They formed an aquatic super creature that has outstanding potential. At this time, the originally hidden skill Tsunami Roar was released brilliantly by the sea turtle. He was truly able to not get angry, but once he got angry, waves rocketed into the sky. Under the attack of the surge of new waves, the boat of the 2 in straw hats was like a broken leaf in the vicious wind. It was sucked into the center of the tsunami. The boat headed straight towards the sea turtle. The many-banded kite opened its large mouth and bit at the 2 in straw hats. These 2 came back to their senses, but their expressions clearly showed that they were not able to accept this reality. They were Stage 6 inner experts. There may have been only a couple of people in the entire Yun province that could be their opponents. The Yin-Yang elders were notorious in the martial community. They were sinister and ruthless, and who knew how many experts died at their hands. Even if they met an even stronger opponent, and even considering their many years of experience in combat and their close partnership, they were never at such a loss as they were currently. When the 2 saw the many-banded kite, which was as thick as a human body, open his large bloody mouth, they didn't know how to fight back. Whoosh whoosh. When they saw that the many-banded kite wanted to swallow the two in one gulp, they decidedly dived the boat to escape and jumped into the depths of the ocean. In an instant, the many-banded kite suddenly opened its mouth and spat a circle of black bubbling liquid where the two fell. This was the many-banded kite's battle skill, Venom Bubble. The bubble had a powerful corrosive ability and was extremely poisonous. If even a little fell on one's skin, that piece of skin would instantly dissolve. Monster, where the hell did his monster come from? The two in straw hats no longer had the steady expressions from before, they expressed terror and shock in succession. Whoosh! 2 drops of venom fell on the face of one of the men wearing a straw hat. A piece of his skin instantly corroded, eerily revealing the white bone beneath it. Whoosh! Another couple drops of venom fell onto the other person's neck. His neck began to corrode, and 2 black pustules formed. It was so painful that the 2 people cried continuously and pitifully. Hurry and release the poisonous rainbow moths. When they saw that more omnipresent venom was about to surround them, one of them screamed. He suddenly opened his black traditional Chinese robe. A couple hundred moths as large as palms flew out. They were completely black and had brightly colored rainbow dots all over their bodies. Once they flew out, the men in the straw hats made a unique whistling sound. The moths seemed to understand the whistling. They joined together to form an oppressive black wall of moths that blocked the backs of the 2 men. Splatter! The venom all fell onto the bodies of these black moths and burned them with a vicious corrosion. The 5-meter-tall moth wall instantly became a wall of fire that burned in the air, releasing a strong stench. Qin Feng almost threw up a couple of times. The wall of fire slowly dissipated, and the horrible stench also drifted away with the wind. The 2 in the straw hats disappeared off the face of the ocean. Black Turtle, do you know where those 2 went? Qin Feng asked with furrowed brows. Roar roar. Black Turtle roared twice. Qin Feng's mouth quirked slightly as he waited for Little Pig's explanation. Master, Black Turtle said those 2 are probably at the bottom of the ocean. But, Sea Turtle and Many-Banded Kite released their skills, and they need several days to recover their strength. If you want to sneak into the sea and chase after the men, we may not be able to beat them. Qin Feng's face darkened. In the end, he wasn't able to give up on killing the Yin-Yang elders. They were stage 6 inner Qi experts, which was too far from Qin Feng's current abilities. If Black Turtle hadn't appeared, he would probably be dead by now. There was clearly an important reason to give up on a murder chase. At this time, there was already a fleet of over 10 water patrol ships flying towards them. He had to think of a way to get Black Turtle away. If someone saw this creature that looked like China's ancient mythical black turtle, Qin Feng didn't dare imagine what would happen next. Black Turtle, hurry and leave. Qin Feng already sat back on his boat and waved at Black Turtle. Black Turtle raised its head and roared several times before unwillingly swimming into the deeper parts of the ocean. He was extremely fast. Not long later, he had already become a little black dot. Master, I feel a slight spiritual qi nearby, Little Pig suddenly said after Black Turtle left. Qin Feng instantly regained his energy. Spiritual qi could speed up the internal cultivation process and help with moving to the next stage. Qin Feng was just worrying about improving his abilities, so spiritual qi was extremely important to him. Where? Little Pig excitedly waved its pink feet from the system and pointed at the area to Qin Feng's right, on that side. I already felt it when Master was fighting with those 2 old men. Chapter 155. Chapter 155, Qin Feng, you wish. Qin Feng looked to his right. Not too far away was a small island with a dense forest. It was called Devil Beast Mountain, and Qin Feng made up the name. Whenever night came about, frightening wild beast sounds came from the forest on the island, so no one dared to play on it. Qin Feng squinted to look at Devil Beast Mountain, and a desire to see it welled in his heart. However, when he saw the water patrol coming towards him, he temporarily rid himself of this desire. He decided to find some time to see it later. A ship stopped beside Qin Feng. 3 men wearing security guard outfits looked at the Qin Feng who lost his 3 souls and 6 senses and asked, "Little brother, Are you okay? Little brother, wake up. Are you all right? The security guard in charge came up and shoved Qin Feng. Qin Feng's body trembled and he came back to his senses. He looked at the three people before him in terror. His teeth chattered as he said, I am not dead. I encountered a tsunami. Little brother, you're all right. You're safe now. The security guard looked at Qin Feng with a gentle expression and lightly patted his back. He took Qin Feng in his embrace. You're still alive. Don't be afraid, we're here so nothing will happen. Don't. The security guard thought Qin Feng was traumatized by the tsunami, so he wanted to take care of him and comfort him. However, Qin Feng pushed him away. Hey, can you not hug me? I'm a man, and one with a normal sexual orientation. I have no interest in you. Qin Feng looked at the group leader of the security guards without a shred of fear on his face. He waved his hand and commanded, let's go, we can go back now. The security guards were stunned for a good while before they regained their wits. They got people to get Qin Feng on one of the boats to take him back while the remaining boats continued to search the area for the whereabouts of the two in the straw hats. When they were monitoring them from the shore with binoculars, they noticed that there were 3 people on Qin Feng's boat. They had not seen Black Turtle though because he was blocked by the waves of the tsunami. Once Qin Feng returned onto the beach, a large swarm of fans surrounded him. After they saw his elegant dancing with Bai Qing and his cool moves midair, they waited for Qin Feng to come ashore. Later, there was also a tsunami and Qin Feng disappeared for a while. Now, he came back safe and sound, so his place in the hearts of these spectators rose even more. He was a man that experienced a tsunami. He was a superhuman that casually walked out of the tsunami. No, he was a god. Qin Feng was uninterested in the ardent fans chasing after him. He searched the beach for Bai Qing before finding out from her classmates that she had come ashore long ago. They didn't know where she was now. Qin Feng was sure that Bai Qing returned to the presidential suite. After ridding himself of the troublesome fans, he hurried back to the hotel. He took the elevator especially for getting to the room on the top floor. When he entered the room, he saw Bai Qing sitting on the balcony under the parasol and looking at the scenery outside. She had a distant expression and had not even realized he had come in. Qing, since you've returned, why didn't you call anyone to save me? That's not nice. Qin Feng casually sat across from Bai Qing. Bai Qing regained her senses. Her gaze was as cold as an icehouse. She gave Qin Feng a slight glare before turning back to look at the scenery. Why would I send someone to save you? When you realized that I had been taken by those 2 weird men, you ran away halfway through chasing them. You willingly left me to those 2 weird men and you didn't care for me at all. You were able to leave me so emotionlessly. Qin Feng, you're right, we're just friends with benefits. I'm just a friend with benefits. Why would I get someone to save you? Qin Feng didn't know what kind of shock Bai Qing suffered, but after he joked that they were friends with benefits, she changed completely and became colder than a mountain of ice. Qin Feng felt extremely wronged because he had merely said they were friends with benefits. But in reality, nothing happened between them. Qin Feng was really mad. He looked at Bai Qing severely and said with dissatisfaction, Bai Qing, how could you be like this? You can't be like this, okay? The more Qin Feng spoke, the more excitable he became. He stood angrily and yelled fiercely, would you dare do it with me on the living room sofa right now? After doing it, if you're still angry about me saying we were friends with benefits, then I'll accept this anger. Bai Qing raised her head slightly and looked at Qin Feng's face. Her gaze was as cold as frost as she continued to look at Qin Feng quietly. After a long wait, she suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng, you wish. When he realized that Bai Qing saw through his psychological ploy, he scraped his head awkwardly. I'm going to take a shower. Qin Feng went for a bath in the spa while Bai Qing continued to sit on the balcony and stared off towards the ocean. Who knew what she was thinking about? Then, her cell phone began to ring. The phone rang for a while before Bai Qing came to her senses. She grabbed her phone to see that Fang Zhiming was calling her. Is something the matter? Bai Qing still answered the phone and asked calmly. Bai Qing, where are you now? I don't see you on the beach, Fang Zhiming asked with a gentle voice. He already went back, took a shower, and changed into a clean and handsome white shirt. At this time, he sat in the coffee shop enjoying the afternoon tea time. "Oh, I didn't feel so good, so I came back first." "Does your body not feel good?" Fang Zhiming put on an expression of concern and asked eagerly, "Where do you not feel good? You didn't see a cold because of the wind, did you? How about this? I'm drinking coffee at the coffee shop on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Come drink a cup of hot ginger tea to warm your body. That should help a bit." When Bai Qing heard Fang Zhiming's magnetic and concern-filled voice, she was slightly moved. She thought of Qin Feng and unconsciously compared the two. The emotions within her became increasingly intense. After a length of silence, she said quietly, "Wait for me, I'll head down in a bit." Bai Qing hung up. She glanced at the spa room before returning to her own room and changing into a fresh long gauze dress. Then, she left the presidential suite. Zhu Dianyo was stuck in traffic the whole way over, so she had just arrived at the mountain resort. She paid the ride fare and furiously walked out while holding her bag. Even though she saw the endless blue skies and beautiful beach, nothing could improve her depressed mood. She looked around and saw Qin Feng's 28 bicycle. She was stunned for a good while before quickly calming herself down. She immediately pulled out her cell phone and called Qin Feng. "Who is it?" Qin Feng asked irritably. "Young Master Qin, I'm Zhu Dianyo. Where are you?" "I'll come find you," Zhu Dianyo said with a sickly sweet voice. "I don't know a Zhu Dianyo, I've only heard of Angel. I don't have time to hang out with you. I'm hanging up now." Before Qin Feng was able to hang up, Zhu Dianyo said anxiously, "Young Master Qin, I was looking for you to talk about Bai Qing." Chapter 156. Chapter 156, The Pure Young Girl 5 Years Ago. Qin Feng's finger hadn't pressed the end call button yet. His voice lowered, "I'm in the presidential suite on the top floor of the resort hotel. Tell the manager in the lobby to bring you up. Remember to give my name." 5 minutes later, the doorbell to Qin Feng's presidential suite rang. The door opened and the gorgeously dressed and made-up Zhu Dianyo walked in. When she stood in the presidential suite, Zhu Dianyo was stunned. When she was Chao Yang's mistress, she followed him to quite a few high-end places, but they were not even on the same level as Qin Feng's presidential suite. This intensified her desire to take Qin Feng. She would do anything just to be his lover. "I don't like speaking nonsense with strangers, so cut to the chase." Qin Feng had just come out of the spa. He wore a woolen robe and looked calmly at Zhu Dianyo. He brought her to sit below the parasol on the balcony. Zhu Dianyo cherished this opportunity. She was in no hurry to speak. Instead, she organized her thoughts for her upcoming speech. In reality, after discovering Qin Feng's identity at the royal jeweler's last time, Zhu Dianyo dreamed day and night that Qin Feng would fall for her and provide for her. However, with Bai Qing there, how would Qin Feng fall for her? Thus, Zhu Dianyo thought of a plan. In high school, she was Bai Qing's dorm mate and their relationship was not bad. After all, the night that the scores were revealed for the college entrance exam, Zhu Dianyo failed and was in a bad mood, so she called Bai Qing to go to the bar and spill her heart out. To Bai Qing, that night was the night her life was turned upside down. Zhu Dianyo was jealous that Bai Qing was the school beauty and the top scorer in the city for the humanities. She intentionally got Bai Qing drunk. When a man hit on her, Zhu Dianyo took the initiative to help that man and successfully delivered Bai Qing onto that man's bed. Zhu Dianyo knew she wasn't too much worse than Bai Qing. Bai Qing was not pure a long time ago, yet she was pretending to be some pure goddess. That was all fucking bullshit. "Young Master Qin, I came here this time to tell you something important about Bai Qing. I can assure you that Bai Qing never dared to tell you this. Though she looks clean and pure. If you're going to continue talking nonsense, then you can leave," Qin Feng said coldly while casually taking a sip of red wine. "Young Master Qin, Bai Qing is no longer a virgin. Before she became your mistress, she was already played by someone else." Zhu Dianyo didn't dare add any fluff. She said incomparably quickly, "I saw this with my own eyes, so I can swear to God that the night after the college entrance exam and graduation, she got drunk at a bar and was taken by a man. She's a loose woman, She's not good enough to be young Master Qin's mistress. And you are. Qin Feng's gaze swept unenthusiastically over Zhu Dianyo. She immediately fell quiet. Qin Feng fell quiet. He only wanted to know about Bai Qing to help complete the Hedonist sovereign system's quest of dissolving Bai Qing's hatred towards him. He really had no clue when he offended Bai Qing and where this hatred came from. Now that he heard what Zhu Dianyo said, he still couldn't pinpoint it. It was clear that this had nothing to do with him. I think you've misunderstood. Bai Qing isn't my mistress. You can leave now. Qin Feng gave Zhu Dianyo a fierce glare. Zhu Dianyo had come with the mindset that she was sure to succeed, and did not know it would end this way. She was deeply dissatisfied. She suddenly pulled out a picture from her phone and extended it towards Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, do you not believe me? Look, this is the picture I took then. Bai Qing and that man are hugging one another closely. Afterwards, they got a room. What I'm saying is the absolute truth. Qin Feng thought Zhu Dianyo was a bit annoying. He was about to toss her phone away but abruptly stopped halfway. He gaped and had an expression of extreme shock. His eyes bugged out and he looked like he saw a ghost. He immediately brought the phone to his face and looked closely at the people in the picture. This picture was taken at a bar. There was a man and a woman hugging one another. The woman's face was captured. She was pure and cute. She had an enchanting smile, clean white teeth, and the youth and tenderness of a student. If Zhu Dianyo didn't say that this person was Bai Qing, Qin Feng definitely wouldn't have recognized her at first glance. However, taking a closer look at her features, he realized that this girl really was Bai Qing when she was in high school. Of course, this was not the main issue. The main issue was the man hugging Bai Qing from behind. The male's body was turned to hug Bai Qing and he also wore a hat. Since the lighting in the bar was dim, his face was just a shadow and could not be seen clearly. However, once Qin Feng saw this person, he wanted to eat his fist. He enlarged the picture again, and again, and again. The expression on his face was similarly of alarm, and more alarm. There was a sudden and fierce roar that arose in his heart. The man in the picture was Qin Feng from 5 years ago, young Master Qin. Qin Feng threw the cell phone onto the table. He already began to pant violently. He thought hard about that night 5 years ago and pieces of fragmented memories arose blurrily. A bar filled with restless clamor, bright flashing strobe lights, a wildly screaming crowd. Suddenly, a girl appeared. She was as pure as a blooming lily. She stood clearly out of place in the foul atmosphere of the bar. She wore a white dress and had shiny, pie-black, and beautiful short hair. Her smile was enchanting, revealing a set of straight white teeth, and her skin was exquisitely fair and clear. Her every expression tugged on Qin Feng's emotions. In the end, Qin Feng took the initiative to approach her. He found that after this girl got drunk, it was extremely easy to trick her into bed. During that time, Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master through and through. He had several women a day. However, when he woke up the next day, he looked at the still sleeping Bai Qing. When the sunlight fell on her pure and beautiful face and Qin Feng saw the slight sweet smile on her lips, he was moved for the first time. Then, he looked at the plum blossom bloodstain on the snow-white bedsheets. At that instant, even he didn't believe that he had the desire to marry this girl and protect her for the rest of her life. Qin Feng knew that this was the fucking feeling of love. He didn't believe that as a hedonistic young master there would be the day where he would have these kinds of feelings towards a woman. The joys in life arrived too quickly. They didn't even give young Master Qin the opportunity to get prepared. He got dressed and rushed out of the hotel emotionally. He was going to buy Bai Qing a luxurious breakfast so when she opened her eyes she'd be able to eat the most delicious food. From this day onwards, he was going to begin carefully taking care of this pure and beautiful girl. He was going to make her the happiest woman in the world. Young Master Qin, Zhu Dianyo called Qin Feng carefully. Wake up, young Master Qin. Qin Feng was pulled out of his memories. From when he closed his eyes to when he opened them again, he passed through 5 years. At this time, all sorts of feelings filled his heart and his brain spun rapidly as he linked together everything that happened recently with Bai Qing. He understood. He finally understood everything. He understood why Bai Qing previously planted the camera in room 666 of the Royal Hotel to frame him, why she was sometimes suddenly and strangely cold towards him like she was guarding herself against him, why she became so emotional and even crazy when she heard the words friends with benefits. She's taking revenge. She wants to take revenge on him. Thus, he discovered the cause of the system's quest to dissolve Bai Qing's hatred towards the host. Qin Feng suddenly stood emotionally. He realized that Bai Qing wasn't in the room and hurriedly called her. Bai Qing, where are you? Qin Feng asked anxiously once the call connected. I'm on the 3rd floor drinking tea, Bai Qing said emotionlessly. She didn't know why, but she purposely added, with Fang Zhiming. Right after Bai Qing finished speaking, she heard Qin Feng hang up and heard a beep 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 sound after. Bai Qing's expression fell and she angrily threw her phone on the table. For some reason, she felt wronged. Did this brat really have no reaction when he heard that she was having tea with Fang Zhiming? It seems that he really never cared about her. Was it Qin Feng? Fang Zhiming continued to have a gentlemanly smile. He looked gently at Bai Qing. Bai Qing nodded. Her gaze shifted onto the beach outside the window and she fell into a trance again. An almost imperceptible flash of coldness passed through Fang Zhiming's gaze. Once he thought about that brat Qin Feng, he was so angry that his teeth eyed. However, this was a key moment, so Fang Zhiming didn't want to bring up Qin Feng. He took the initiative to change the subject to their high school days. After all, Qin Feng wasn't in those memories, there was only him and Bai Qing. Bai Qing, remember when I wrote you that love letter during senior year and you rejected me? My heart fell to the pits and it took me a full 3 months to slowly crawl out of it. In a flash, 5 years passed. During this time, I've been searching for you. I didn't think you'd be in Acropolis City the whole time. Fang Zhiming's gaze fell on Bai Qing's towering chest and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He suddenly and emotionally extended his hand to grab Bai Qing's. Bai Qing jumped in shock and instinctively backed up in her chair. Bai Qing, I really didn't think I'd be able to see you again, and under the circumstances where we're both unmarried. Say, isn't this a kind of fate? Even the heavens think we should be together, so they gave us the opportunity to meet again. This time, I'm already prepared. I really like you a lot. Though you rejected me 5 years ago, during these 5 years, my heart has remained unchanged. I hope you can agree to give me the opportunity to take care of you for the rest of your life. Chapter 157. Chapter 157, Then It's Decided. Fang Zhiming spent a lot of effort on this class reunion. He pulled out a red jewelry box the color of a peach core. He opened it slowly to reveal a shiny and extravagant pearl necklace. This necklace clearly wasn't as expensive or on the same grade as the diamond necklace on her neck, but Bai Qing's heartbeat suddenly increased. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know whether or not to accept Fang Zhiming. She didn't know whether or not she should let go of her hatred towards Qin Feng and restart her life. Bai Qing, let me help you put on this necklace. I believe that if it's on your neck, it will shine even more brightly. Fang Zhiming stood and arrived beside Bai Qing. When he saw the diamond necklace on her neck, a disdainful smile flashed through his eyes. Qin Feng must have given you that necklace on your neck. You can tell this necklace is fake right from the first glance, don't get tricked by him. I've seen the real version of this diamond necklace, it's worth over 900,000 yuan. How could Qin Feng possibly afford it? Maybe he bought it at some street stall to trick you. Having you wear this kind of fake necklace really ruins your class and elegance. I could never do something like that. Fang Zhiming mocked Qin Feng while slowly removing the necklace on Bai Qing's neck. Seeing Bai Qing's fair jade neck from such a short distance and smelling the faint fragrance of her body made him so excited that he wanted to pounce directly onto her. Bai Qing had not yet regained her senses, she was stuck in a daze and didn't know what she was thinking. Though she felt a bit conflicted about Fang Zhiming touching her from such a close distance, her whole body felt weak and she had no strength to resist. 5 years have passed yet you're still so beautiful it's enchanting. Fang Zhiming intentionally blew hot air onto Bai Qing's neck. Then, he said quietly, Bai Qing, let me kiss you. Let me kiss your fair fragrant neck, your charming face, your moist lips. Fang Zhiming bent over slowly and extended his lips towards Bai Qing's neck. Bai Qing was scared witless. She admitted that she had some positive feelings towards Fang Zhiming, but that was only because they were high school friends and Fang Zhiming was considered a handsome, talented, and considerate man. All women would harness some positive feelings towards this kind of man. However, these positive feelings were not enough to let Bai Qing accept Fang Zhiming's next intimate move. Bai Qing was extremely against him kissing her. But Bai Qing's body had already become weak. She had no strength to resist. She was even more startled because she thought Fang Zhiming just wanted to have some tea with her and reminisce about the past. She didn't think he would directly confess. At this time, Bai Qing was conflicted and she really wanted to run away. A familiar shadow appeared in her hazy line of sight. The shadow was tall, handsome, and stood straight. It ran quickly towards her. As it came closer and closer, his features became more and more clear. It was Qin Feng's shadow. At this time, Qin Feng had a sinister expression. His eyes were completely red like a dreadful monster. He suddenly appeared in a mad rush. Before Bai Qing could react, she felt Fang Zhiming fly away from beside her as he was punched viciously by Qin Feng. The punch was despotic and powerful. Bai Qing even heard the wind whistle past her ear and saw the fist fall on Fang Zhiming's face. Fang Zhiming cried pitifully and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood which contained his two front teeth. Qin Feng, what the fuck are you doing? Fang Zhiming fell onto the marble floor meters away and shouted at Qin Feng while grimacing in pain. Qin Feng arrived beside Bai Qing. He tyrannically took her into his embrace and said while looking coldly at Fang Zhiming, "Look here, Bai Qing is my woman. If you dare get close to her, I'll kill you." Qin Feng was angry. He had not been so angry in a really long time. When he discovered that Bai Qing was the pure girl that made him feel first love 5 years ago, he couldn't help but fly to Bai Qing's side the next second. When he ran wildly and found Bai Qing, he saw Fang Zhiming standing beside her and helping her remove her necklace. Qin Feng almost killed Fang Zhiming on the spot. "Qin Feng, it really hurts, let go of me." Qin Feng hugged Bai Qing so tightly that she felt as though he would shatter her bones. Qin Feng's anger slowly subsided. His arm relaxed a lot, but he kept Bai Qing in his embrace. He looked at her and said despotically, "Bai Qing, you're my woman. If I see you with another man again, I'll take care of you ruthlessly in the bedroom." Bai Qing looked foolishly at Qin Feng. She felt that he had changed. Before, how would Qin Feng care about her? He had as many beauties beside him as there were clouds in the sky, and they revolved around him all day. He wouldn't get angry over a woman, and he really wouldn't beat someone up over a woman. But, just now, these impossible things happened. Bai Qing's heartbeat suddenly and violently increased. "Did you hear?" Seeing that Bai Qing said nothing, Qin Feng yelled again. Bai Qing abruptly came to. An astonished expression stayed on her face. She looked at Fang Zhiming who lay battered and exhausted on the ground, then looked at Qin Feng who had a powerful and tyrannical expression. In the end, she nodded slightly. "Qin Feng, I got it. Let's go." Bai Qing took the initiative to take Qin Feng's arm and leave. She didn't give Fang Zhiming another glance. Fang Zhiming's expression slowly became sinister. He was originally going to succeed. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to take Bai Qing. He could have enjoyed Bai Qing ferociously. In the end, Qin Feng caused a disturbance halfway through. Fang Zhiming angrily ground his teeth. He thoroughly hated Qin Feng and wanted to kill him personally. He quickly pulled out his cell phone and called a number. "Hey, Brother Fire, I'm younger brother Zhiming. I'm currently at the mountain resort. Where are you? I'll come look for you right now." 10 minutes later, Fang Zhiming arrived in one of the hotel rooms. The room had 2 beds but was surrounded by over 10 people. These people all bared their upper arms. They were mostly injured and helped one another apply medicine. Upon seeing Fang Zhiming enter, one of the men stood. He had long hair dyed a fiery red. "Little brother Zhiming, you're here." Fang Zhiming took in the sight before him. He stared blankly for a bit and asked, "Brother Fire, what happened to you and your brothers?" Brother Fire sighed helplessly and shook his head. He didn't mention getting ruthlessly beaten up by Qin Feng not long ago because it was too embarrassing. Over 10 of them couldn't even beat a little youth. If this got out, they would no longer be able to get along in the outside world. Nothing, the brothers were just bored and played amongst themselves, but they accidentally got injured. Brother Fire had a relaxed expression and started a new topic. Jiming, did you bring a gal to the vacation area to sleep outdoors again? Brother Fire looked at Fang Jiming with a smile. The two of them met in the mountain resort. One of them had some lackeys there and was considered to have a bit of influence. The other often brought beauties to play and was not lacking in money. Thus, they easily formed a group and played together. Every time Fang Jiming came here, he treated Brother Fire and his men to a meal. And when he encountered any trouble at the mountain resort, Brother Fire and his men were happy to help. Haha, Brother Fire knows me too well. Fang Jiming smiled. Then, his expression fell again, but, this time I've encountered a nuisance. I need Brother Fire's help in taking care of him. It wasn't the first time Brother Fire helped Fang Jiming clean someone up, so he said naturally, that's a small matter. Don't you know who this mountain resort belongs to? That's not what I mean. With Brother Fire backing me at this mountain resort, I've never been afraid of anyone. Fang Jiming followed up on Brother Fire's words and kissed his ass. Brother Fire had just gotten cleaned up, so he felt unhappy. Now, Fang Jiming's flattery made him happy. He immediately puffed his chest and said grandly, who is this person? He's not even dog fart, he's a little sales rep at some company. Once he brought up Qin Feng, Fang Jiming's expression changed. He said angrily, he's just trash and he dared to SNA a woman from me. Brother Fire, bring extra brothers this time, you have to help me cripple his arms and legs. If you do this well, I definitely won't treat you and your brothers unfairly. When he heard that his opponent was only one person without power or influence, Brother Fire pounded his chest and guaranteed, all right, I'll take care of it. I can assure you that nothing will go wrong. With Brother Fire and his team setting out, Fang Jiming felt a peace of mind even without their reassurance. He told Brother Fire about the details of his plan. Brother Fire, this time, I brought my high school friends here for a reunion. In a bit, the reunion is going to start. I'll first make everyone have fun. I'll message you when we're halfway through eating and you and your brothers can come directly into our private room. After entering, pretend that you're all drunk and walked into the wrong room. Then, cause a ruckus. At that time, I'll signal to you with my eyes the brat I want you to take care of and you guys can just trash him. After cleaning up this brat, don't leave in a hurry. Pretend you've taken a fancy to a beauty named Bai Qing and that you want to violate her. Then, I'll make a move and send you all running and we'll be done. Fang Jiming had already thought of tonight's plan before coming to Brother Fire. Younger brother Jiming, you truly are a cultured person who has gone to school. Superb, it really is superb. After hearing the plan, Brother Fire raised his thumb. He smiled and said, this kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only will you take care of the nuisance, you'll also be the hero saving the beauty. Next, the beauty will take the initiative to deliver herself into your embrace and you'll get a room and wage a war. Haha, it's nothing. I can't compare to Brother Fire, Fang Jiming said modestly. Then it's happily decided. When it's time for us to appear, just text me, Brother Fire said with a smile. Chapter 158. Chapter 158, Unfurling the Plan. Qin Feng and Bai Qing returned to the presidential suite. Zhu Dianyo was still waiting there and sat on the sofa in the living room. She took advantage of the time that Qin Feng was out to change into black silk undergarments. The undergarments were a silk mesh style that was thin and transparent. They partly exposed and partly hid the body. Young Master Qin, you've finally returned. Your servant has been prepared and waiting for you for so long that I've gotten flustered. When she heard that someone returned, Zhu Dianyo immediately jogged to the door and spoke in a sickly sweet voice. Qin Feng had just shut the door when he saw Zhu Dianyo's seductive clothes and charming expression. He almost stumbled and fell. Bai Qing, who held Qin Feng's arm, saw this scene and angrily shoved Qin Feng's arm away. Young Master Qin, your luck with women really runs deep. I won't disturb your rendezvous. Bai Qing glared at Qin Feng and an unnamed bitterness arose in her heart. She had just felt a bit of care from Qin Feng, yet it completely disappeared at this time. Zhu Dianyo, what are you doing? Qin Feng's face fell. He wanted to directly toss Zhu Dianyo off the top floor of the hotel. When Zhu Dianyo saw that Qin Feng returned with Bai Qing, a coldness flashed through her face. She quickly smiled again and ran up beside Qin Feng. She took his arm and intentionally pressed her towering chest on it. Young Master Qin, you just told me to shower, change into your favorite mesh undergarments, lie on the sofa, and wait for you to return and comfort me. Why you re terrible for making me wait for so long? So you like having more people? Bai Qing, we're considered old classmates, so let's play together. In any case, when we all go crazy together, it won't be too awkward. You two are dogs. Bai Qing clenched her teeth and turned to leave. Qin Feng grabbed Bai Qing's arm and lightly tugged her into his embrace. He raised his arm and slapped Zhu Dianyo in the face with a smack. Are you trying to drive a wedge between Qing and I? Qin Feng looked at Zhu Dianyo with a smile and said word by word, unless you don't want to live. Fuck off. Zhu Dianyo was dazed by the slap. She came back to her senses a long time later, glared fiercely at Bai Qing, turned, and left. She only had the guts to toss out a vicious statement after exiting. Bai, someone had gotten on you a long time ago, why are you still pretending to be pure? Zhu Dianyo stabbed Bai Qing's sore spot. Even to this day, Bai Qing didn't know that in reality, Zhu Dianyo intentionally took her drinking, intentionally got her drunk, and even intentionally helped Qin Feng get her in bed that night. When she thought about how she indeed was no longer pure and that she lost her chastity, Bai Qing's mood fell. She extricated herself from Qin Feng's embrace and returned to her own room, locked the door, and didn't come out. Bai Qing lay on the soft bed and got lost in her thoughts. Without noticing, her mind drifted back to that night 5 years ago. That day, the college entrance exam scores were just revealed. She found out that she was directly admitted to China's top university because she got the highest score in humanities in Acropolis City. She was incomparably excited. However, she later got a call from her dorm mate Zhu Dianyo. When she found out that Zhu Dianyo flunked and got a bad score, she made an exception and went to drink with her. That was Bai Qing's first time drinking. Bai Qing kept up her guard while she was in the noisy environment. She originally wasn't going to drink, but after Zhu Dianyo's repeated entreaties, she drank 2 bottles of beer and fell drunk without suspense. She wasn't so drunk that she lost consciousness, but her vision became hazy. Then, a handsome and grand young man came to hit on her. Bai Qing was at the age where she was just budding. It was the first time she'd seen such a forward man, so she felt a bit shy and resistant. But that man was incomparably bold and overbearing. He didn't even ask whether or not she was willing, hugged her, and kissed her face. Bai Qing couldn't clearly remember much of what happened after. It seemed that the male also brought her onto the dance floor and danced for a bit. Then, they went into a room. Bai Qing slept until morning but slept restlessly. Halfway through, she felt pressed by someone a couple of times and her body ached. When she was completely conscious after waking up in the morning, she saw her bare body, the imprint on the bed, and the empty room. Only she understood this kind of fear and stress felt by a pure and ignorant girl. Ding! A text suddenly came through to Bai Qing's phone, jolting her out of her memories. She opened her cell phone and a picture appeared before her with a comment below it. Remember this picture? Remember the man that got on you that night? Haha, I've already shown this picture to young Master Qin, you better behave. Her gaze fell onto the image. Bai Qing was so shocked that she threw her phone. There was a young girl in the prime of her youth with the smile as bright as the sun. A pure and happy air exuded from her body. That was Bai Qing 5 years ago. She was both familiar and unfamiliar. She calmed down a long while later. This was a message sent by Zhu Dianyo. She already showed the picture to Qin Feng and told him about the situation, then Qin Feng surely recognized that the man was him. No wonder Qin Feng was suddenly so overbearing and caring about her at first. He knew that she was a woman he played with, so he didn't want to see other men playing with her. He didn't even want her to get close to other men. Wasn't this the vanity that all men had? Bai Qing's expression slowly became icy. Why was it that if Qin Feng played with her she couldn't get close to other men? And during these 5 years, he played with other women endlessly. How dare he? She wanted revenge. Her desire for revenge became increasingly strong. She picked up her cell phone and opened the mysterious person's text message. She saw that the person had sent a new message. Think of a way to get Qin Feng drunk during the reunion tonight and we'll make a move. After seeing the contents of the text, Bai Qing clued her cell phone tightly and had an impatient expression. Bai Qing, it's time for your reunion, are you going? Qin Feng's voice suddenly passed through the door. Bai Qing jumped. She quickly calmed herself, looked coldly at the door, and said incomparably seductively, "Young Master Qin, of course I'm going. I'll change and come out." Tonight's reunion was held in a large and grand room on the 3rd floor. Bai Qing walked into the private room holding Qin Feng's arm. Quite a few classmates had already arrived. They held glasses of wine and stood chatting in front of a buffet. When they saw Bai Qing enter the room, they all stopped moving and their eyes shined. Bai Qing intentionally dressed up very beautifully and seductively in a white evening gown. The dress was long and part of it trailed on the red carpet. The gown was the completely backless style and revealed her fair and deep chasm. Her dress was paired with delicate and grand crystal high heels. Bai Qing looked as dazzling as a celebrity on the red carpet of a film festival. Chapter 159. Chapter 159, Not Just Freeloading a Meal. I was saying that your dress is too sexy. Look at the gazes of these perverts. Why don't we go back, change, then come back? Qin Feng dropped his head and blew lightly into Bai Qing's ear. Now that he knew Bai Qing was the girl from 5 years ago, Qin Feng already treated her as his woman. If his woman was too beautiful, that was also problematic. Bai Qing felt the hot air on her ear and her body weakened a bit. Qin Feng's embrace tightened slightly. She glared at him with disdain. "Young Master Qin. Would you dare to move your hand that's grasping my behind and say these people are perverts again?" Qin Feng coughed awkwardly several times. He moved his hand away but placed it on Bai Qing's beautiful back that was as bright and smooth as water. "Okay, then I won't say it anymore." The spectators did not look on with admiration. They looked on with a jealous hatred as Qin Feng held his head high, puffed his chest, and held Bai Qing to sit down at the large round table. The people that were standing and chatting by the buffet tables all surrounded them intentionally or not. This was a large table that could fit 30 people at once. Everyone sat and filled half the seats, and people continued to stream in and sit down. Soon, everyone attending the reunion arrived. The whole time, Fang Zhiming stood behind the curtains of the stage. He peeked covertly at Bai Qing's sexy figure and swallowed his saliva. When he thought about how Qin Feng was about to get beaten up and how Bai Qing would throw herself into his embrace and spend the night with him, Fang Zhiming couldn't hide his smile. When he saw that everyone coming to the reunion had arrived, he came out slowly from behind the curtain. He clearly dressed up meticulously for tonight's reunion. He wore a light, white shirt with a white swallow-tailed coat, a white necktie, white slacks, white dress shoes, and a white belt. He thought he was Prince Charming with a white horse. He stood straight and tall on the stage. Fang Zhiming suddenly snapped his fingers and the stage lights turned on, adorning his hair, clothes, and face. Under the soft lights, he made a gentlemanly bow towards the audience. His gaze swept gently and politely over every person. The audience slowly looked towards Fang Zhiming. Quite a few women had their mouths opened so wide that one could stuff a large duck egg into them. Wow. Handsome. Fang Zhiming is really handsome. I've always dreamed that one day my lover would come get me on multicolored clouds, but now I've changed my mind. I hope he's like Prince Charming and comes to get me while wearing a handsome white suit and sitting on a handsome white horse. When he heard the excited screams from the audience, Fang Zhiming felt good about himself. He once again became the focal point of the audience, and he enjoyed being in the position. Under the gaze of the audience, He was about to open his mouth and use his deep and robust voice to conquer the audience again when a languid voice came from below the stage. Ching ching, it seems that the right side of this person's face is swollen. Did he get hit by someone? Why are these people shouting at someone whose face is beaten? Are they all crazy? Qin Feng didn't care about the unkind gazes heading his way. He leisurely extended his arm and wrapped it around Bai Qing's back. Bai Qing glared at Qin Feng with a hidden bitterness. Weren't you the one that gave that punch? Ahem, everyone quiet down. Good thing Fang Zhiming held a microphone, otherwise he would have been angered to death by Qin Feng's words. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone for attending this reunion I've set up during this extremely busy time. Since you all came, this means you're giving me face and expressing that you haven't forgotten the deep friendship left by our high school days. Fang Zhiming took control of the scene again. He grandly and passionately read out the opening speech he memorized by heart. He believed that his passionate speech would leave a deeper impression on the beauties in the audience. However, halfway through his speech, it was once again cut off by a languid voice. Aya, this guy is putting me to sleep. Qin Feng held Bai Qing despotically, buried his head into her embrace, and intentionally rubbed her chest. If you didn't say you were paying for all the expenses for this reunion, see if anyone would still come. Qin Feng's words made everyone at the scene angry. This time, not only did the expression of Fang Zhiming who was standing on the stage turn ashen, the expressions of all of the people sitting at the table also fell one by one. What do you mean? You mean we just came to freeload off Fang Zhiming's meal? A girl pointed and began to yell at Qin Feng with sharp and unkind words. Qin Feng was pushed out of Bai Qing's embrace. He didn't even look at the woman and said unhurriedly, not just freeloading a meal, you can even vacation for free for a day and night. Her eyes turned black. Qin Feng made her so angry so became speechless. She was instantly KOED. Then, a man stood out unhappily. Qin Feng, take a clear look at who you are. You're not a high school classmate of ours and Fang Zhiming said nothing and invited you along. You're not only ungrateful, you even say these rude things. You're an absolutely ungrateful Ri. Fang Zhiming didn't want to invite me originally. He only begged me to come because he saw that if I didn't come, Bai Qing wouldn't come either. Qin Feng expressed a reality. Just as how you don't only need a sword to kill people, experts can turn everything upside down with one sentence. He spoke 2 sentences and turned 2 people upside down. Qin Feng, if you came here especially to eat and vacation, then we have nothing to say. But, don't drag your personal unclean ideas onto us. I'll have you know that I didn't come here to eat, drink, and vacation. I came here for the deep friendship formed by 3 years of high school. We helped one another through the battle of the college entrance exam. You wouldn't understand our experiences and this friendship of ours that transcends life and death. Fang Zhiming's first lackey Liu Ming stood and said gallantly and full of spirit. Then, the second lackey Zhao Bin also stood indignantly. He waved his hand and said with an air of righteousness, "Me too, I also didn't come to eat, drink, and vacation, I came here to see everyone. We're usually busy and don't have the time to meet up and chat. I'm extremely happy that young Master Fang was able to hold this reunion, and I'm extremely thankful for his hard work. Me too. And me. Bai Qing didn't know what Qin Feng was trying to do. She was still mad that Qin Feng intentionally squeezed into her embrace and took advantage of her. She had just come to her senses and realized that all of her classmates were standing. She glared at Qin Feng like a tiger eyeing its prey and looked like she wanted to have a row with him. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.